Good evening. It's Tuesday, August 18, 2026. I was just thinking, are there other YouTube channels where it's just like one person talking to one other person, where they could be having a Zoom call, but they're publicly on YouTube? Sometimes that's what it feels like is going on with this channel. You're watching Call for Two. You're joining me for the 5th session of the Collector Trilogy, case number 3, The Actress. Just to give you a little recap, I'm only talking to one person, but Jonathan Warner and the writer of this case, Anna, is here with us today. Actually, YouTube says 9 viewers, 5 likes. Point is, when we have these multi-part sessions, each contiguous session loses half the viewers, which is just fine. I am having a blast with this case, and we're learning, we're encountering a ton of stuff to talk about in terms of game design and case design, so that's quite thrilling. Okay, so at the end of last night's session, we wrapped this whole case up. We wrapped up the thread of the collector, Elizabeth Frances Perry, the Edgar Allan Poe descendant, trying to steal this rare newly discovered manuscript. And we found Georgia Price holed up in a hotel, faking her own kidnapping. Everything seemed to wrap up with a nice little bow on top. That was Saturday night. So now we're coming into Sunday morning, day 4 of our case, of what we believe is a 5-day case. So what's going to happen? We were joking at the start, maybe Anna should give the players an option to like retire now and be done with it. Like, close your eyes, don't look, assume all is going to be well. I have a sneaking suspicion that Georgia Price is going to end up dead. That feels like Anna feels very much like she's immersed herself into this noir movie structure, and it feels to me like this would be the twist in the movie, that the woman who staged her own kidnapping, who no one likes, is actually going to show up dead. Any thoughts in the chat? Amato Rose has been joining us too. I don't see him in the chat, but any other predictions about what is going to happen on Sunday morning? Jonathan agrees. That seems pretty likely that Georgia Price is going to turn up dead. Any other predictions? Not from Anna, though. So the only other thing to note, here's our case so far, our case tracking log so far. A bunch of demerits, mostly from going overtime. We haven't taken any hints. Whole bunch of culture. One interesting thing is, on our first day, we went to a lot of places that said come back on Sunday, and they're almost all having to do with Georgia Price's friends. Friends being a loose, using that term loosely, her co-workers. So, but Jonathan says, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if there was some other complication with the collector as well. Certainly possible. All right, well, let's get started, I suppose. Anything else to talk about, Jonathan, before we get started? Here we go. Day 4, Christopher Street Boarding Houses, Sunday, January 20. Brooks' eyes shine excitedly when you tell him about your evening at the Lafayette. He demands to hear every little detail, and to be honest, you happily oblige. There's something strangely comforting in being able to be so excited about this case together with the kid. How your whole dynamic changed in the last week. You act more and more like a friend or even a father around him. Should you be worried about that? Nah, at least not for now. These moments of satisfaction are so rare you don't want to spoil them. Hey, I haven't told you about the other case I was investigating in the last few days. An actress faked her own kidnapping just to make it back on the front pages. Can you believe it? But I tracked her down, of course, gave the address to the chief. I hope she went back to the stage yesterday evening. I was busy catching your collector. I couldn't go and watch her performance. You wanted to go? The kid looks at you doubtfully. Yeah, who am I kidding? I wouldn't want to go to the theater outside of investigation, you grin at Brooke. Of course you wouldn't, he grins back. Hey, Lucas, did I tell you about my new trick? Dr. Oliver said I could try and get used to noises again by listening to the radio for a bit. Let's try it now, okay? Just turn on the radio and watch how well I can listen to it. He's being silly now, but you decide to humor him, and before you have to leave for the station. All right, kid, let's see your new trick. And you turn on the radio. So we've got a QR code here. We're going to try to listen to the radio with Lucas and Brooke. Let's see if we can make it work. All right. We know this is always a little bit touch and go, but let's see. So I'm going to try to scan this code in from this printed book. Could always go to the web version, but let's see if this works. Hang on, I can't hear it. How about now?
Carbolic.
It's never simple, is it? How about...
So use carbolic tooth. Shiny smile. Breaking news. There has been a shocking turn in the case of missing actress Georgia Price. The former Hollywood star who was supposed to play her...
but I'm not. Let's see. I apologize. Let me see.
So use carbolic tooth powder every...
I'm trying to figure out how to do this. It's really ridiculous that this still gives trouble. The worst part is I know you guys are hearing it.
So use carbolic tooth powder every day for a big and shiny smile. Breaking news. There has been a shocking turn in the case of missing actress Georgia Price. The former Hollywood star who was supposed to play her first stage role in Edwin Day's new Broadway production of William Shakespeare's comedy, A Midsummer's Night Dream. The actress was found dead yesterday evening at a cheap hotel in the Bowery district, where she had committed suicide a day earlier. Edgar Pinchuk, chief of police at the Greenwich Village Police Department, who led the investigation into the actress's alleged kidnapping on Wednesday, told our reporter that police will thoroughly investigate the death of Georgia Price and the full details of this tragedy. They have already arrested a suspect in connection to the case. More details will be brought to you as they become available. This is your radio news service, bringing you the story as it breaks.
Well, as we feared, Georgia Price has turned up dead by suicide, they say. We sort of saw that coming, didn't we? Okay. Oh, and here's the transcript of it if you couldn't listen to the audio. Good. You stare at the ugly little device dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this the Georgia Price? Is Georgia Price the actress you just mentioned? Asked the kid, frightened. Hey, Lucas, where you going? He calls after you, but you've already picked up your hat and coat and stormed out. To the station, you yell back. Where else? You have to talk to the chief immediately. Here we are in the Greenwich Village 6th precinct, 6th police precinct. Chief, what the hell, you snap, trying to keep your voice low and failing halfway through. You found the actress dead? She killed herself a day earlier? And you already hauled someone in? You take a step closer, jaw tight, and I gotta hear it from the damn radio? The last part comes out louder than you meant. Too late to pull it back. The chief doesn't flinch, just raises a hand like he's calming a barking dog. Take it easy, Lucas. This was for your own good, believe it or not. He leans back, cool as ever. You were tied up chasing that other mess of yours, the collector broad, or whoever she is. Look, when you told me yesterday the missing actress wasn't snatched, just holed up in that hotel on her own, well, I couldn't exactly send a squad in there kicking down doors, now could I? So I did it the clean way, called the husband, Lord whatever his name is, and the director, the one who raised the alarm in the first place. Figured they had a right to be there when we knocked on her door. He sighs like the whole thing's been one long headache. Had to wait first. Thought the husband might show, but he was out of town. So Green went over with just the director. But the door was locked, no answer, and that landlady, she kicked up a storm about anyone trying to break in. He shakes his head. Green damn near had to argue his way through the whole building. By the time they finally got in, you were busy whining and dining at that fancy dinner, if you remember. He gives you a look. There wasn't much you could have done last night anyway, so I held it till morning. He leans forward slightly. You want to take a crack at it? Of course I do, you say. Then you narrow your eyes. But hold on. Wasn't it a suicide? That's what the radio's been selling. The chief shrugged. It's all the same. It's all the same to him. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. That's your job now. You figure it out. You nod once, then press on. And who'd you call her? Now the chief looks a little less sure of himself. Green might have gotten a bit enthusiastic, he admits. Found something in the hotel room that sent him running over to that theater. Searched the dressing room of that other actress lady, Miss Sea Lion. You raise a brow. You mean Miss Seals? Yeah, her. He waves it off. Anyway, Green tears the place apart, finds cut-up magazine, same kind used for the ransom note, so he slaps the cuff on her right there. She's here? Yeah. The chief nods, cooling her heels downstairs. You might want to have a word with her. He leans back, fixing you with a look. I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow. You're halfway out the door when he calls after you. And Lucas, take it easy on Green. He was just doing his job. So here you go again with your deja vu mission to find out what happened to Georgia Price. Feels like you're stuck inside a nightmare and you can't escape repeating your day over and over. Day starting at 9, ending at 10. If we have document 13 and 15, which we have, you can ask for a few typewritten samples from the people who have access to typewriters in this case. You can expect the results on Monday morning. If you don't have one or both, you can acquire them. You can still acquire them until Monday. Okay, so if we don't have those documents, we can get them on Monday. Tomorrow, we're going to get a report. Of course, we've already figured out who has written those letters, one by Georgia herself and one by Arthur Baxter, I think it was. All right, and we can go talk now to Officer Green or Audrey Seals. And that's it. Okay, let's start a new day. Now, this is an interesting situation we find ourselves in because it seems at least plausible, doesn't it, that she has killed herself and that her plan was to frame Audrey Seals. Like, isn't that something a narcissist might do? In which case, there's really nothing more to figure out. What do we think the chances are that she's just killed herself and is framing Audrey Seals? There was also something a bit suspicious. The most suspicious part, though, was the fact that the chief has called the director and the husband and told them where she is. So they have an opportunity to get down there and kill her. Okay, so it's 9 a.m. We're starting our day. It's the 4th day. It's Sunday, January 19. No, January 20. All right, let's just check in with the chat. I don't think she killed herself, but I could have seen her planting those magazines in Seal's dressing room before leaving to go into hiding. Remember, her and Seals weren't going to rehearsal the same day. Yes. So trying to frame her for kidnapping, but you don't think she killed herself. I guess maybe the narcissist, I don't know, the narcissist could absolutely kill themselves, but I agree with you, that seems unlikely. All right, let's start by visiting the cop that did the arrest, and then Officer Green, and then we'll talk to Audrey. So our first lead is going to be 27994. Batfan1964 says, I'm here silently enjoying your channel. I appreciate that. And this is Officer Green. 27994. We're starting at 9 a.m. and the half hour has passed, so it's 9:30. I don't think Lucas likes this guy. Okay, Green, spill. You don't have time for pleasantries. Good to see you too, Lucas. How's the family? You only make a rude hand gesture as an answer like that, I guess. Now, no need to be rude. I'm just kidding. I know you're not married. So yeah, about the case. We went inside that hotel room yesterday at 8:30. First we thought there was no one there, but the bathroom door was closed with a latch from the inside. I forced it open. Miss Price was lying there on the floor. The bathroom window was also closed. No sign of forced entry. There was an open bottle of Veronal on the sink, crystal kind. We also found her purse in the room with some cocaine in it. I sent the Veronal and the cocaine to the lab. Miss Price's skin was a bluish color. Her teeth were clenched and there was blood frothing from her mouth. Classic signs of cyanide poisoning, in my opinion. But we have to wait for the doc to tell us for sure. Preliminary said she probably died a day before, on Friday evening or night. And what about the coroner's report and the lab report? They said tomorrow, probably after 8. Like, did we ever go to... No, there was no coroner before. We didn't have a body. What about the coroner's report and the lab report? They said tomorrow, probably after 8. My guess is the cyanide could have been in the Veronal or in the drug if it really was cyanide poisoning. We combed through the whole room, of course, and the whole hotel after that, paying special attention to the kitchen where they prepared her food. But we didn't find any cyanide or other poison anywhere. There were a few guests at the hotel, a couple from Michigan and the owner lady's cousin from Minnesota. Their story checks out, and they don't seem to have anything to do with the actress. They didn't even see her or anyone else in the hotel on Friday. And what's with the arrest? Chief said you supposedly found something in the room that warranted the search in the theater. There's nothing supposedly about it. There was a piece of paper on the table of the hotel room. Look. Circle document 18. We've gained access to scribbles found at the hotel. I see. More of Miss Price's excellent penmanship. Okay, I guess we're going to take a look at it. Okay, so we've got a document. And it certainly looks like it's from Georgia. Probably we can match the handwriting exactly. But it's got her spelling errors. Let's see, I think I'm going crazy here. I haven't spent so much time alone since I was a little girl. So I'll try to write down my thoughts. Maybe it will help. I hate this cheap place. I hate the awful brown and beige everywhere. Haven't they heard of bright colors? I hate this uncomfortable bed. I want my beautiful big white bed. I hate to sit here and wait for something to happen. But most of all, I hate that little whore Audrey. She's the only reason I'm stuck here. I like to see her face turn ugly when they arrest her. Okay, so I think this confirms Jonathan's theory that she could have deliberately framed Audrey. She could be responsible for that. But it also adds evidence to the idea that she's not trying to kill herself. Like, she's a narcissist. If she killed herself, she would leave a note. And you can see she doesn't want to die. She wants to come back with this publicity, and then she wants to see Audrey be arrested. So I do think this is clearly from Georgia. And very little reason to believe she would purposely kill herself. And of course, if it's cyanide, she wouldn't be accidentally killing herself. It's not like she died from an overdose of cocaine, we don't think. I mean, an accidental suicide could be the other possibility. Okay, so we looked at that. I see. More of Miss Price's excellent penmanship. So you went to Miss Seal's dressing room at the Madison after you found this. Yeah, of course. What would you have done in my place, Lucas? Anyway, at the bottom of Miss Seal's wardrobe, I found a bunch of magazines cut up. Missing letters were the exact match of those on the ransom note. And I bet they were. And what did the owner lady say, at the hotel? Nothing much yet. She became quite hysterical after we found the body in her bathroom. Well, that's it then. What do you mean? Well, I'll take it from here, thanks. You can't be serious, Lucas. You can't take this case from me just like that. Sorry, pal. Talk to the chief if you don't like it. Well, let's work together. How about that? You know I work alone, Green, so just give it a rest, will you? Goodbye. You're already out of his office when he calls after you. Wait. Here. I had photographs done at the Litton household. Thinking if Seals didn't do it and it wasn't a suicide, maybe we need to investigate the family and her servants a bit more. Litton's away, so I asked a friend of the villager to send over a photo of him from their database. I guess you're the one who should use this now. And another thing, I already looked up cyanide. Apparently it's often used as a pesticide, so it's not so hard to obtain. He throws an envelope over to you. I thought he's throwing an envelope of cyanide over to us, but no, it's photographs. Document 17. So this Green is a good egg after all. Who would have thought? Thanks, you say to him, and you mean it this time. Circle marker G3. I don't know that anyone has ever gone to the threes of markers. G3. Okay, and what have we got here? Looks like we've got photographs of the Litton household. Lord Litton. That's the butler. We talked to him already. The maid and the chauffeur. So we actually talked to these people already previously. Now we've got photographs of them. Here's Lord Whitton, the husband, the standoff butler, the loyal chauffeur, and the observant maid who doesn't really like Georgia that much and doesn't seem to be wanting to protect her. It is suspicious the husband is claiming he was out of town. I don't think he did mention anything. Of course, we know he likes the horses, so maybe we can catch him at the horses. All right, well, let's put these off to the side. Nice to have faces to go with the names. And let's talk to Audrey Seals, who's now in custody. She is at 31685. I think there's two documents left. Okay, Audrey Seals, and a half an hour goes by, so it's 10 a.m. The actress is in terrible shape when they lead her to you. Her hair is a mess, she doesn't have any makeup on, and her eyes are red and puffy. Oh, thank God, Detective Lucas. Will you tell them I didn't do it? You know how terrible Georgia was with me. You investigated it since Thursday, right? You know she hated me more than anyone else and wanted me fired from the play. I guess when she didn't succeed, she left those terrible, horrible magazines in my dressing room and just went and killed herself like the little brat she is, or was. My God, Detective, I can't believe this is happening. You must help me. You must. You know I didn't do anything, right? This is Audrey Seals right here. You know I wouldn't make such an idiotic ransom note, and I wouldn't kidnap her. I mean, kidnap her? Seriously? I would find this whole idea hilarious if I weren't in jail right now. The actress seems a bit unhinged when she tells you all this, but considering the circumstances, it's not so surprising. Calm down, Miss Seals. Just calm down a bit. I'll get to the bottom of this, don't you worry. And if you didn't do anything, like you've said, you'll be out of here in no time, I promise. Oh, thank you, Detective. I knew I could count on you. She looks at you with hope in her eyes. Now, about those magazines, you think Miss Price put them in your wardrobe? When? I don't know. How would I know? I throw a lot of stuff I don't need at the bottom of that wardrobe, and I don't bother with any of it anymore, but she must have done it on Wednesday or before that, don't you think, Detective? Yeah, I guess you're right. What about the suicide? You honestly think Miss Price committed suicide just to get back at you, Miss Seals? I find it hard to believe. Oh, you didn't know Georgia, Detective. She would have done anything to get back on the front page of the papers and get revenge on me at the same time. And I think she also wanted to escape the premiere somehow. She was a terrible Titania. Believe me, Detective, it became so glaringly obvious that even Georgia herself noticed it, which is a big thing, given how conceited she was. But wait, if you don't think it was suicide... You don't answer, just continue looking at her. Oh, God. You think someone killed her. You think I killed her. Oh, no, we're back to the hysterics again. Calm down, Miss Seals. I said no such thing. But I must examine every possibility. That hateful woman. She didn't want me to go to jail for kidnapping, but she wanted me to hang for murder, right? Oh, my God, what am I to do now? You can't let her win, Detective. You must help me. You must. And here comes the waterworks. Time to go. Yeah, of course, Miss Seals. As I said, I will get to the bottom of this. Circle marker A3. Okay, so Lucas has no sentimentality. He doesn't want to even be here when this woman is crying. Okay, so it's now 10 o'clock, and we are on our own. We've talked to the two people. Now it's up to us. let us make our little to-do list, because we were told at the beginning of today that we're going to get, this is Sunday, to do. Okay, so I didn't write our schedule. The day ends at 10 p.m., so let's make sure we note that. 10 p.m., day end. And then we're told that on Monday, we will have the typewriter analysis. We'll be ready. And when were we told about the forensics? That was Officer Green. Let me just see what he said about when that would be ready. Okay, he says he doesn't knock in the bathroom. Actually, lots of interesting stuff here. Hotel room 830. So she's found at 830. All right. Found at 8:30 p.m. Right. This is the night we were at the Edgar Allan Poe thing. They go inside, and we've got a little bit of a locked room mystery. She's in the bathroom. The door is latched from the inside. There's a bathroom window. It's closed. No signs of forced entry. Veronal, which we don't know what that is, and cocaine. Crystal veronal and cocaine. And then he describes her frothing at the mouth, classic signs of cyanide. They think preliminary says, I guess I need a new card from this. Preliminary thoughts are died Friday evening. So she's found Saturday at 8:30 p.m. Preliminary died Friday evening. Now that's a bit of a problem if that's true. Anna says the day ends at 8, but we can overtime until 10. Okay, so I see now a little bit of a problem if that preliminary report is true, don't you? What is the problem? The problem is that I thought when our chief says that he called the director and the husband on Saturday afternoon to tell them, hey, we found your wife, she's pretending, meet us over at the hotel. I thought, oh, that could give the husband or the director the time to get over there and kill her, having been told where she is. But if she actually died on Friday, that does not give the husband or the director, she's dead before they have the information of where she's hiding, unless she's told them, but we don't think she has told them. So I don't see how they know where she is. And then the thing I came here for was the forensics. Tomorrow after 8. Coroner and lab report. So Monday after 8 a.m., I'm supposing, is coroner. So no point in trying to get that information early. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow for that. Well, we've got two main angles to pursue. Let me just see my other list of to-do stuff. These are long shots. Flower shot. We do have a rat poison place in the newspaper. That might be a good place to search. We were told to return to the lawyers at some point. I'm not sure if we already did that. So the main thing on our to-do list looks something like revisit the actors, revisit Georgia's home, and then we might go to the rat poison place. If we're trying to find the husband, we might go to the horse clubs. And then maybe any other return to. Is there anything else that jumps out at you that this would lead us to go to? I guess like drugstores, exterminators. He said the cyanide is readily available. Does he say it's available as rat poison, or he just says it's available as anything? No poison in the kitchen. I suppose it would be good for us to go back to the hotel, right? Hotel Lafayette. Jonathan says we could do research at the library. So let's add that. Research on drugs. Where is his comment about cyanide is easy to find? I guess Veronal is the other thing we might want to look up if we can do research. Here, cocaine angle would be another angle we could try to pursue. I mean, that would be a big one. If we could find out what the Veronal is, because we want to know if she was poisoned by the Veronal or the cocaine. We're not going to get the lab report till Monday, but we don't even know what Veronal is. But I'm guessing we're going to find out that Veronal is something that, like a sedative, something normal. And so the question will be who poisoned her. So then the question will be, where did she get the Veronal and where did she get the cocaine? Where is the comment about you could get cocaine from anywhere? Could have been the Veronal, could have been in the drug. We combed through. I know I read that the cyanide could be purchased anywhere. Where did we read that? I already looked up cyanide, he says. I already looked up cyanide. It's used as a pesticide. Aha, okay, good. Okay, so we are looking for pesticides rather than a chemist. Okay. So we've got a bunch of leads. I think they said some cousins of the hotel owner were there. If we can't talk to them when trying to visit, we might try looking up the hotel owner's name. Tony Granat says Varinol is a sleep aid introduced in 1903. Okay, that makes sense. That's what I figured. So she's got her cocaine and her sleeping aid that are legal. And if she was cyanide poisoned, then she didn't commit suicide. Right? For sure. If she's sitting there with a box of rat poison, then you could say, okay, she committed suicide. But if she's sitting there with the sleep aid and the cocaine, and she's not died of an overdose of cocaine, but rather cyanide, then you know it was murdered. Not sure if Green's friend at the villager who gave him the photos is important, but we could go there. Yeah, I looked at that. It seemed unlikely to me. But no searching on the internet, says Anna. Okay, but we could go to the drugstore for Varinol too and see where she bought that. If she bought the Varinol herself, it would be very unlikely to be poisoned. If someone gave it to her, then it could be. That would be a nice lead to help us rule out some stuff. We think maybe she got the cocaine from Benji, but we're not sure. All right, what's it going to be? Where do you want to go first? "1936, says Anna. No internet yet. Let's start by going back to the hotel. Okay, Hotel Lafayette. Hotel Lafayette. 14250. And I think we want more than that. We want to know it's 14250. But we also want to remember where it is because we might be looking for stores nearby. So that's GV43. Hotel Lafayette. 4250. Okay, Thursday, Friday. Okay, so there's nothing for us here. It's Sunday today, so no going back to the Hotel Lafayette. Might be nice to have an entry here that just says she refuses to talk to us, but there's no need for us to do that. No time has passed. All right, what's next for us then? I think we would do well to go to the rat exterminator in the paper. That seems like a very likely piece of information, even if it's just background information. Rose's rat exterminator. Anna likes to use the papers. Oh, Hotel Lafayette was where the Poe dinner was. You're right. That's not what we want, is it? We wanted the Hotel of the Old Woman. Why did I think it was Hotel Lafayette? Anna is not supposed to be giving us help. Anna is not supposed to be giving us help. I know that that's tempting to correct us when we make a mistake, but what if we would have realized that mistake ourselves? Anna cannot help playing detective in her own case. She's not supposed to. Of course, Jonathan Warner should have stopped me when he saw me going to the wrong hotel, in the wrong neighborhood. One of you, Jonathan, Amato Rose, Tony Granat, one of you should have noticed that. But Anna, you should not have given us a clue. That's your warning, your third warning. Hotel Florence. Hotel Florence is at GP 61. And it's 87430. And Anna says, don't forget, don't use the directory. It's the errata. Use your notes. Okay, that's right. It's moved. Okay, so it is in my pile of no longer useful notes, which are now useful again. All right, I kept it somewhere. There, Bowery Hotels. This is our errata. The Hotel Florence was at Bowery 46. I see, right? Bowery 46. 77 Elizabeth 87430. Okay, Bowery 46 87430. That is fine to tell us. All right, if it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, otherwise 19296. Okay. If it's Sunday, go to 40561, and we want to make a note that we should return here on Monday. 40561. The Hotel Florence, half hour passes. It's now 10:30. So it was you. The owner lady receives you with an accusation in her tone. I remember you, sniffing around in my cozy, elegant hotel. You were after that actress who killed herself in my beautiful room. Shame on her. How could she do this to me? And just today I received 2 cancellations. 2! Can you imagine how big a disaster this is to me? Of course you can't. You don't even care. You almost managed to get a word in, but the lady gets a second wind. Were you the one who called my excellent establishment a cheap hotel? A cheap hotel? My word, how could someone even think my refined and homey accommodation cheap, let alone say it out loud? And on the radio, mind you, broadcasting such lies. Are you the one responsible for that? Now she's even pointing her finger accusingly at you. Ma'am, someone died in your hotel. And your main concern is the wording used in the news? The lady finally seems speechless, so you can continue. I'm Detective Lucas, if you remember, and yes, I've been here before looking for Miss Price, and believe me when I tell you I don't have anything to do with that radio announcement. I'm sorry, Detective, I didn't mean to offend you, but I'm very upset about all the things that have happened here in the last few days. Of course you are, ma'am, and I don't blame you. But what I need to find out what happened to Miss Price on Friday. What do you mean, what happened? I thought she took too much Veronal in the bathroom. My beautiful bathroom, which that officer forced open. Now I need to repair the latch as well. Yes, that's exactly why I'm here, to ask about those kinds of details like the latch you've just mentioned, Miss Florence. Oh, it's Mrs. Florence, Detective. I'm a widower, you see. The lady seems appeased after you showed interest in her broken latch. Okay, so Miss Florence, what can you tell me about Georgia Price? Well, she arrived on Wednesday afternoon, asked for a room. I don't usually have rooms available on such short notice. But I told Miss Price, the lady with the blue scarf and the sunglasses, that is, because I didn't know she was the famous Georgia Price at the time. I told her she's lucky because someone had just canceled the booking that morning. She said her name was Titania Smith. I found that name a bit weird, but I didn't want to pry, so I just wrote it in the guest book. She asked for a quiet room away from the other guests. I only got 3 guest rooms, 2 above the dining room and 1 above my room, so I showed her up into room 3, the one above my room. And for how long did she say she wanted to stay? She said she'll pay for 1 night and we'll see what happens after that. I told her I don't usually have guests staying for such a short period of time. Oh, she didn't seem to care. She said she'd had a very hard day, just wanted to lie down already. To tell you the truth, Detective, she was quite rude. But she paid up front, so I didn't say anything. And what happened after that? Well, she didn't want to come down to our dining room for supper or any other meal. Just asked for a tray in her room. I always made her a nice full tray, but she barely touched anything. I guess I should have known she was an actress just from that, and how rude she was. You always hear these things about famous actresses, but you couldn't believe them to be true. Well, who prepares the food in the hotel, Mrs. Florence? I have a cook, Mrs. Lansky. The police combed through the kitchen thoroughly, and they cross-examined poor Mrs. Lansky for hours on Saturday, but they didn't find anything suspicious or out of place, as I said they wouldn't. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the food. So Miss Price didn't leave her room the whole time she was here? No, she didn't. But on Friday, she asked me to buy her a daily news. Although I told her it's usually not part of my duties to run errands for the guests, she just pushed a banknote in my hand, closed the door in my face. In my own hotel, mind you. As I said, she was quite rude. And when was that exactly? Around 11 a.m., when I served her breakfast. And what about after that? She had another tray around 5 p.m. It was supposed to be lunch, but she didn't want anything too rich. So it was basically a light supper. After that, nothing. I thought she went out on Friday evening and didn't come back, so that's why she didn't call for a tray or anything else all day on Saturday. Went out? Why would you think that? You're all ears now. I saw a blonde lady in a trench coat and sunglasses leave the hotel on Saturday evening. I was taking my rounds in the dining room, you see. Detective, making sure everything was all right with my other guests who were taking their supper there, and that's when I saw that lady coming from the first floor and leaving the hotel. There were no other guests, just the ones in the dining room and Miss Price. So I thought she finally got bored in a room and decided to go out. And when was that exactly? I don't know exactly. But supper is served between 8 and 9. And it was almost over, so I guess it was almost 9 when I saw that lady leave. I was up until midnight that day, Detective, because I was waiting for her to return. Although I thought it was quite rude to leave without a word. But she didn't return. So I locked up after midnight and went to bed. And when she didn't return the next day either, I started to worry. I even went up to knock on her door, but there was no answer. I was thinking about going into the room, but then I thought she might come back and make a scene about it. She seemed the type who would do that. So I decided to wait until the evening to try that, and in the afternoon that director fellow arrived with the police officer. Did Miss Price have any visitors during her stay here? No, she didn't. Otherwise, I would have mentioned it already, Detective. Well, how about anyone strange or suspicious? Did you see someone like that? No, of course not. There are no suspicious people lurking about in my hotel, Detective, Mrs. Florence says, offended. Well, what about that lady you saw on Friday? I told you I thought it was Miss Smith. Yeah, there's no point in pointing out the contradiction in her statements. Well, who were your other guests while Miss Price was staying here? There was a couple from Michigan. I know them well. They've been frequent guests over the last 5 years. Mr. and Mrs. Peterson. They've been staying here since Tuesday, and then there was my cousin from Minnesota. I invited him for a few days in the winter when I had openings. Morris arrived on Friday afternoon. Morris Braverman, his name is. And no one else? No, Detective. And you're always at the reception desk, Mrs. Florence. I mean, you do take breaks sometimes, right? Well, sometimes I have to go to the bathroom, of course, but I always use this one here, right next to the dining room, so it really only takes a few minutes. And of course, I leave when I look after my guests in the dining room during meals. But I can see the stairs from here, so I can keep an eye out even then. But you said you saw a lady leaving on Friday. If she wasn't Miss Price, she had to sneak in at some point before that. You had to do it in the end, point out the contradiction, with no effect on the old lady whatsoever. Yes, you're right, Detective, but I didn't see anyone. I'm sorry. Circle 03, and now we've got follow-up we can make. Talk to the cook, we can talk to Mrs. Peterson, and we can talk to Morris, and we can look at the crime scene. Anna says she went out Friday evening. That makes more sense. Which it says in most places. It was just one place on Friday. So if preliminary is true, she died overnight, late night on Friday. This person, this lady, if this is not her, has delivered her the cocaine or the Veronal that's been laced with rat poison. So this is our likely murderer. Likely. So I guess I'm going to put this as our little question. Who is the blonde woman leaving Hotel Florence on Friday? We get a time? Friday, our girl gets the daily news, and then she sees someone leaving. We are told a time. We're told at dinner time. She's serving, they're taking their supper. When was that? She says supper is served between 8 and 9. Almost 9 when I saw the lady leave. So we're going to say at 9 p.m. on Friday. And the other question would be, how did she get in? How did she arrive unseen? If it's not Our Lady, if it's not Georgia. We're fairly certain it's not Georgia because this lady, Miss Florence, says like she was watching that place like a hawk after that, and she never saw her come back. So someone snuck in. We don't know how. We don't know when. It would make sense, though. There is a period where this Miss Florence is out of the hotel when she went to get the paper. Friday, she asked me to buy her a paper, so she's out of the hotel then. Someone could have come then, but boy, they would have been in there for a long time then. Well, let's do our due diligence. We know how we normally do these things. We always start, if there's a chance, the opportunity to go to the crime scene of her room, we should surely go there. So let's head over at 10:30. Let's head up to see the room before someone disturbs it. 49266. See for ourselves what this room looks like. You look around in the cozy little room and the attached bathroom. Looks like Green and his team have done a thorough job. You can't find anything new here, although you searched for at least a half hour. Okay, so we wasted a half hour. All of these people could have seen someone come in and out. So I guess we're going to have to talk to these people, right? To see if we can't nail down a timeline of someone visiting our girl. That's kind of important. Surely the cook is at the bottom of that chain. Let's work our way up and talk to Morris first. So 28773. Morris Braverman, 30 minutes past. That's now 11:30. Yes, I'm a distant relative of Miss Florence, but she calls me her cousin, and I call her Aunt Lydia. Technically, I'm her second cousin, twice removed. She did invite me to her hotel for the winter when there are usually fewer guests. And no, I haven't seen the lady who died, nor any other ladies. I've only met that couple from Michigan. They were eating dinner from 8 to 9 p.m. on Friday. Aunt Lydia was there the whole time, making sure everything was right and having a conversation with us. After the dinner, we went back to our room. I was pretty tired after traveling, so I fell asleep not long after 9 p.m. Okay, so the only thing he sheds light on is the fact that this woman who claims she's watching the door like a hawk is actually engaging in conversation with her guests, so she could have easily missed someone running up to the room. All right, let's move on here. 11:30. We're going to now go to the Peterson 73532. The Petersons from Michigan. Let's see if they have anything useful to say. Half hour past, it's already noon. Mrs. Peterson's a mousy little woman who doesn't say a word. She's just nodding eagerly while her bespectacled husband answers our questions. Yep, we've been returning guests of Mrs. Florence for 5 years now. We have a few friends in New York, so we like to come for a few weeks or two in the winter to go to the theater and to galleries with them. Yes, we know who Georgia Price is, or was, but we haven't seen her or any other ladies in the hotel, not on Friday or any other day either. We were having supper on Friday between 8 and 9 p.m. as usual. Mrs. Florence and her cousin, the only other guests we saw, were there as well. Yeah, the whole time, yeah. We went back to our room after supper. We were thinking about going out for a nightcap to a nearby bar or something, but Jessica had a headache, so she went to bed early, and I read a bit, then turned in for the night myself. All right, well, that's it. Nothing useful there, but I think we're going to wrap up this place. Seems like not much useful, but we might as well talk to the cook. I don't see how that cook is going to help us. Certainly, we don't think the cook poisoned her, but we're in for a penny. We might as well finish this off. Half hour passes. Mrs. Lansky, the cook. It's outrageous even to suggest that my cooking was the cause of that actress's death. I said this before to that officer who was here to inspect my kitchen and all the food in it, and I'll tell you as well, Detective, you won't find anything poisonous here, just as all those other policemen didn't find anything either. Okay, that's a total washout for us. As we suspected it would be, but we've wasted some time in there. All right, let's take our first break. When we come back, we'll decide where to go next. I'm keen to try the rat pesticide store to see if we can get a lead on Georgia or someone else buying it. I think we might actually add to our list here the idea of taxi, subway near the hotel, right? If she had a visitor, that visitor has to arrive from somewhere, maybe via a taxi, if we have a specific time. Unfortunately, our timeline's a little rough, and we don't have a description other than a bond, so that's going to be a little tricky. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. um, Jonathan says, I guess if this woman turned out to be someone we've met before, it'd be Kellett, Bossy, the maid. Out of those, I'd be most inclined to look up Bossy. I think you're right. I think that's a good thing to think about, but I was thinking, are we really sure we're looking for a blonde? like, it makes sense that we're looking for a blonde because a blonde is leaving, but if this is one of the actresses in this troupe, the actors probably have access to wigs, so anyone could be wearing a blonde wig, even a man, presumably. But I do like the idea that what if the maid was supplying her with the cocaine and she's called the maid to have her deliver it, but surely the maid's not poisoning her. Okay, so I wanted to go to the rat poison place first, so let's do that. I do agree with you that we need to be looking at Ada Bossy and the maid and all those people, but I just want to remind us that we shouldn't be focusing only on a natural blonde. Rat specialist, Rose's Rat Exterminator Company. Let's see where that is. But we don't know. Are we looking for pesticides in the Bowery? Are we looking for pesticides in Greenwich Village? I guess it would depend on where the killer lives, probably. Rose's Rat Exterminator is in the Civic Center. That's not that helpful to us. Well, I mean, let's see. It's in the paper, but 64660. Maybe if you were trying to poison someone and you saw that ad in the paper, that's where you would go for it. 64660. Seems like it's hard to see how this gets involved in our case, but we'll see. Let me just look it up in the index in case it's not here. 64660. Well, it is in the paper. Anna likes doing that. 104. You don't have marker X3. I don't think we do have X3. So we don't have X3. So we need to make a note here. 1230, we tried to go to 64660 Rose Exterminator. Return X3. So that's just not something we can pursue right now. Well, let's go to a drugstore in the Bowery, and then we'll go to her. Then maybe we'll go to the family. Oh, you want a newsstand too? I think that's a good idea. I think let's look for near the hotel, Florence. Let's look for a drugstore where someone might buy Veronal and a newspaper stand, which would tell us when our girl, and maybe even a taxi. Okay, so for that we're going to need, we could use the reverse directory, but I think we'd be better off using the yellow pages. Okay, let's do newspaper stand first. So where would Florence go to get a paper in the Bowery? All the way at the upper edge of the neighborhood is a newspaper stand 59134. Any other newspapers stand in the Bowery? That's Bloomingdale, Bloomingdale. Here's another one. Closer, much closer. 18923. Surely she would have gone to that one, unless she had other shopping to do. Okay, and while we're here, let's find drugstores. A drugstore in the Bowery. Elizabeth Street, that seems like it's right next door. 51022. Here's another one, Wiggett's, pretty close by to 14356. Rexall, lots of drugstores in the Bowery. 77711. Any more? Okay, and then while we're here, let's just quickly check for taxi. What taxi company services the Bowery? Surely there's a taxi company service in the Bowery. There it is, Capital Cab. 33840. Okay, let's see if we get a hit on any of these. Maybe the newsstand owner could see the entrance of the hotel while Miss Florence was buying a paper. Interesting possibility. Okay, here we go. We'll just look in the table of contents and see if we get hits on any of these. Drugstore 51022. 51022. There's a hit. 14356. There's a hit. 77711. There's a hit. Okay, so drugstores are definitely, we're going to be able to go to those drugstores. I should have written down which one was closest so we don't waste our time. Looks like I'm going to cause us to waste the time by not writing down which ones are closer. Okay, let's look at newsstands. 59134. No. 18923. No. Okay, no newspaper leads. Taxi cab is 33840. No. Okay, so it's just drugstores. Let's just hit those three drugstores because I did not write down which one's closest. 51022. We'll go to them in order. Elizabeth Street Compound Drugs. This might be the closest one here. If you've circled G3, which we have, go to 68553. This is Elizabeth Street Drugs at 1230. 68553. Thank you. Buying Veronal. You ask for a bottle of Veronal at the pharmacy, the same kind they found in the bathroom with the body. I've never used this kind before. Could you tell me a bit about it? You ask the man at the counter. Well, what do you want to know? Everything. Oh my, that's a tall order. Well, let's see. Veronal is a barbiturate named after the Italian city of Verona. It is dispensed for insomnia induced by nervous excitability and is provided in either crystal form or in capsules. The kind you just purchased is crystal. You open the bottle and see yellow crystals inside. The man continues, Veronal is a great improvement over the existing hypnotics. Its taste is slightly bitter, but better than the strong, unpleasant taste of the commonly used bromides. It has few side effects. However, I have to warn you, prolonged usage could result in tolerance to it, requiring higher doses to reach the desired effect. And how much should I take? The therapeutic dose is 10 to 15 grains, or 0.6 to 1 gram. And what would be considered a lethal dose? The man looks a bit shocked by this question. 55 to 68 grams, which is 3.5 to 4.4 grams. Grains to grams is considered the lethal dose, but I really don't recommend you go over the normal dose. Don't worry, I won't. Circle V3. And a half hour has passed. Okay, it's 1 p.m. now. We've got till 8 p.m. Was there any events that were taking place on Sunday we need to remember about? I don't think so. Okay, well, we just bought some Veronal to learn a little bit more about it. It doesn't seem, it seems like we could go buy it. If we go to the other drugstores, surely we're just going to get the same thing. Overdose 3.5 to 4.4 grams. And we'll see how that's helpful for us, just learning a little bit about Veronal. Certainly could have bought it here, but we didn't ask him if anyone bought it recently. Do you want to look at the subway? Do I want to look at the subway? We did look at the subway, unless we did look at a subway on day 3, unless it told us to come back. Which it didn't. On the bitter taste, could the bitter taste cover the cyanide? That's an interesting idea. Of course, if you're snorting cocaine, you might realize you've got cyanide, but it'd be too late. I don't think this helped us much. Where shall we go next? I think I'd be inclined to go to the home next. It's either the theater friends or the home, I think, but I think I'd be more inclined to go to the home first and find out where the husband was, talk to the maid, see psychologically how she's reacting. So let's do that. Especially now that we've got some photos of these people. Georgia Price's home. Two 0100. One p.m. Sunday or Monday, 19283. Okay, here we go. 30 minutes. It's 1:30. The Lytton Price house. The always cool and collected butler looks a bit disheveled. And out of sorts when he opens the front door. The news of the death of his mistress obviously had an effect on him, but he still tries to maintain some dignity while you speak with him. Is it true Lord Lytton went away suddenly while his wife was still missing? It is true. His lordship had a call on Friday afternoon. He immediately made me pack his overnight bag and told me he would return in a day or two. In a day or two? That's quite strange, don't you think? It's not my place to have an opinion on his lordship's behavior, detective. Geez, this guy, he was born to serve. And do you know who called him? It was a Mr. Fitz. At least that's what he said on the telephone. You don't know him? No, I do not know the gentleman in question. And Lord Lytton didn't say where he was going, or haven't you guessed? His lordship didn't share his plans with me, and I am not in the habit of guessing them. But the gentleman on the telephone said that someone from the club gave him his lordship's number, and he wanted to talk about a certain cracker. A cracker? You look at the butler astonished. That is what he said, sir. And Lord Lytton knew what it was about. Yes, his lordship ran to the telephone at once when I reported the call to him. And how did Lord Lytton travel? By train? No, his lordship took his car. He said someone from the club gave out Lord Lytton's number. Which club are we talking about? His lordship is an avid member of the Jockey Club here in Carnegie Mansion. He's very interested in horse breeding and always wanted to purchase a farm for the purpose. A farm, really? And what did Lady Lytton say about that? Her ladyship was never very keen on the idea, I'm afraid. You don't say. You don't say. And now, if we want to ask the butler about pest control, if you want to talk to the maid or the chauffeur. Okay, so a bunch of things jump out here. First of all, I don't know how the husband is going to find our girl. So that's why I was highly suspicious of him, and now I'm not. I mean, he's got a motive, right? Because he's got a somewhat of a motive in that we think no one likes this woman. She's a narcissist. I mean, he didn't marry her, but he may have married her for money. And he's got plans. I mean, when you're a lord, it's hard going back living like a poor person. So he wants money. On the other hand, she didn't show any signs of divorcing him. He didn't seem like he was too bothered by her. And she didn't seem like she hated him from her diary. So I suppose, though, if he killed her, he would inherit her house or money, so there's a bit of a motive there. She won't let him do what he wants. But the biggest obstacle from my standpoint is he doesn't know where she is. How would he find out where she is? But then the second thing that's come up is Jonathan has picked up on, I don't know if the rest of the channel is, but the person who's calling about a cracker, it sounds like maybe that's about a kind of horse, but it could also be about our safe cracker side case, the guy Cracker Joe who was hired to break into a safe. So it's possible that Ward Whitten is hiring a burglar to break into a safe. In fact, well, no, you couldn't be hiring the guy to come to your house and break into your wife's safe because you're leaving suddenly. But you could just leave town for the purpose of an alibi, right? Like, let's say you've hired someone to kill your wife. And so you're like, I've got to make sure have a complete airtight alibi. So I'm going to leave town while you go kill her. So he's not out of the woods. Should we ask the butler if they have rat poison on premises? I suppose if we suspect cyanide rat poison. We didn't check rat poison in the Bowery. We didn't check exterminators in the Bowery. Remind me, did we look up the pesticide place in the newspaper? What did we read? Oh, it wanted a marker. It wanted a marker. It wanted a marker. That's the only reason we didn't keep going with that. I feel like maybe that is going to want a marker too. I mean, yes, we're surely going to talk to the maid again, but I only wonder if we should do this while we're here. Surely we're talking to this guy. We got to role play a little bit. Surely we should ask him about what kind of pesticides they use on site. I'm going to go ahead and ask him while I'm here. 27936. Tell us about the pesticides you use. He says, yes, indeed, we use pest control in the house, especially in the cellars. I regularly call in a firm from Fifth Avenue. They clean out the house every 2 months. They also leave bait for the rats everywhere. Could you show me one of these baits? The butler leads you down to the cellar and shows you a bait. It's a little tray with yellow crystals on it. The tray has a warning on its side, danger, poison, and a little skull and bone sign. Isn't this cyanide? I'm not sure. But anyone could take this and use it as poison, right? Why are we asking this guy? I don't know what you mean, detective. The butler looks at you with that impenetrable stare of his. It's either naivete or a warning, and this Murdoch doesn't seem the naive type. Never mind. Circle H3. It's weird that we're asking this butler about, hey, couldn't you use this to kill someone? Maybe we're just testing to see his response. We're testing to see his response. Okay. But yellow crystals. Should we be making a note of that? That's yellow crystals. Cyanide. We might be encountering multiple cyanide and we're trying to figure out which one it came from. Okay, so that was useful. That would mean anyone in the house would have access to it. All right, let's talk to the maid. That was 30 minutes. I guess that was another 30 minutes. I'm going to call it 2 p.m. here. All right, let's... The yellow crystals like our Veronal, but was her version crystal or pills? Her version was crystals, for sure. For 100% sure, we're told that the Veronal in her bathroom was crystals. And yellow crystals it would have been. So this seems like that would be a match. Amato Rose remembers too. The one, you say the one we got was crystals. You mean the one in her bathroom was, the Veronal in her bathroom was crystals. When we went to the drugstore, they're like, you can get it in capsules, you can get it in crystals. The one you have is yellow crystals. And when we were in her bathroom, it was yellow crystals. Okay, let's go to the maid. 62372. Page 100. Okay, Cecily Owens, the maid. Pay attention to her hair color. 30 minutes passes 2:30. You find the maid in her room sobbing. Miss Owens, I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this. I'm afraid I need to ask you a few more questions. She suddenly gets up from the bed. What can I help you with, sir? Just to confirm the point, the Veronal and cyanide would look the same. Yes, they would look the same. What can I help you with, sir? I told you everything I knew last time, I swear. And she continues sobbing. I'd like to ask you about Lady Lytton's sedative. The maid suddenly stops crying and asks, surprised, her sedative? Yes, what kind did she use? It was Veronal, sir. And where did Miss Price, I mean Lady Lytton, keep her Veronal bottle? In her purse, sir. She took it with her everywhere in case she needed it. And did she need it often? I mean, did she use it daily? Yes, she couldn't sleep without it. And who used to purchase it for her? Mostly me, sir. Sometimes Zach, when her ladyship asked him to. Zach is the chauffeur. And who was it last time? I don't know, sir. Her ladyship used to ask for it every 2 weeks or so, but I haven't bought Veronal for her in the last 3 weeks. So I'm guessing she asked someone else this time. The chauffeur. I don't know, sir. She lowers her eyes when she says this. Marker C3. So now we're going to talk to the chauffeur and ask him if he got it first. She takes it daily, which means she would have built up a tolerance for it. Just keep that in mind. She would have been taking more than the normal 4 grams. Or 4 grams will kill you. But she would have been taking a little bit more than the basic amount. 230 chauffeur is 27820. Okay, so if you have marker C3, which we just got, it's Zachary Brown, the chauffeur. So we can ask him about pest control, or we can talk to the maid. We don't, oh no, sorry, that's these. But if we have this, we're going to 25018. This is the chauffeur, this is the maid. 25018. "30 minutes. It's now 3 p.m. You find the young lad in the garage. He also looks disheveled. His uniform jacket is tossed to the side. He sits on a chair, his face buried in his hands. You startle him when you ask, "Mr. Brown, can I talk to you for a moment?" "What? Oh, it's you. Yes, I guess. Sorry." He stands up and reaches for his jacket. "No need, Mr. Brown. You can sit down." Thanks." And he slumps back down in the chair. "Can you believe this? I mean, how? Why?" He looks at you desperately, waiting for some answers. "Well, that's what I want to find out. So Miss Owens tells me that sometimes you were the one who purchased the Veronal for Lady Lytton. Is it true?" "Yes, of course it's true. Why, you thought Cecily just made it up? Why are you asking me about it? Was there something wrong with the Veronal? Oh, God. Did she kill herself with that stuff? Am I in trouble?" His voice becomes higher and higher as he spirals into panic. "Mr. Brown, please, take a deep breath. Just answer my question. You're not in trouble. I just need answers." He takes a few deep breaths before he answers. "Her ladyship sometimes asked me to run errands during the day while she was at the theater, pick up her clothes at the dry cleaners, buy her something at the drugstore like the Veronal. Only a few times, though. Mostly Cecily was the one running those errands for her." "I see. And Miss Owens also said Lady Lytton needed the Veronal every 2 weeks, but she didn't ask her to buy it for almost a month. Were you the one who purchased Veronal in the last 2 weeks?" "Yes, I was. Last week, I think. Maybe on Friday. Yes, it was Friday. I gave it to his lordship." "That's unexpected." "What do you mean?" "Why did you give it to him?" "I gave it to, that's unexpected. What do you, we say, what do you mean? Why would you give it to him and not her?" "Well, we arrived home at almost the same time that evening. His lordship was stepping out of his car when I drove up the driveway. So her ladyship jumped out of the car to kiss his lordship and headed into the house at once. I called after her about the Veronal I still had with me, but she was inside the house already. So his lordship came back to me and took the bottle. He said he would give it to her ladyship." Circle marker Z3. Interesting. He was also on the guest list. He was. What is he doing on the guest list? Ooh, what do you think about this? The husband had access to this Veronal. So the theory here, it might be that he didn't need to know where she was hiding out. Did he just coincidentally poison it in her purse, and then she disappears, and she takes it for the first time that evening, and he kills her? I don't know. That seems awfully risky to me. That seems very risky. I mean, what's your plan? You've got let's say he puts the cyanide in her Veronal, right? And puts the Veronal bottle in her purse. How is he going to explain this? She turns up, she wakes up dead one day. The cops come. They're like, she died of a poison overdose. This bottle of Veronal is here. She probably died from the Veronal. Who was the last person to give it to her? Her husband. That's terrible. The moment that Veronal bottle passed into his hand, he can't use that to poison her. He'd be caught. Even if it didn't even pass into his hand, she died at home at some unpredictable night after taking the cyanide-laced drug, surely he's going to be first person that they would be suspicious of. And as Jonathan says, it doesn't explain the woman at the hotel. So that feels like a red herring. It's another much too convenient red herring here for us. All right, we are done with the Litton household, except we haven't found the husband. And I didn't even write notes about that, which I should have. So it was 2010192830. Let's just review again the notes about him. We know the Jockey Club was the main thing. Let's just take a look at this again. Our Lord Lytton, we're going to make a card for Lord Lytton. So we want the Jockey Club. He took his own car. We know that. Drove himself. But now we know it was a Mr. Fitz called him. So we might look up a Mr. Fitz. And where did he go? A member of the Jockey Club. Did he say where he was going? He didn't say. He took his own car. Horse breeding at the Jockey Club. Okay, so I think that's all we need to know. We can find him from these two places, surely. But I'm starting to think it can't possibly be the husband. He is not that stupid. So I guess I would put him on my bottom of my list. So I think rather than waste time with him, we'll want to chase him down eventually, just to cross our T's, dot our I's, and figure out if he's involved in some hiring of a safecracker. But surely he is not the killer of his wife. Seems very unlikely. So it's time to go back to our play people. Okay, so let's, rather than look them all up from scratch, let's see if we can't find them on our day one return list. I'm going to put theater return Sunday. Okay, so we've got the actual theater, Madison Square Theater. We were supposed to return there on Sunday. That's 52749. Georgia Price, we've already been to her home. The psychiatrist, did the psychiatrist tell us to come back? Yes, he did. Okay, I'm making a list of all the people with their leads. So the psychiatrist told us to come back on Sunday. That is 30724. Then we've got Benji, 71931. Then we've got Sylvester Tracy, 86395. There is the psychiatrist. Who else do we have? We've got the lawyers. Ask about somebody. We don't know who. Okay, here's Bossy. Ada Bossy is 86260. Did Eloise Kellett not tell us to go back? I'm just going to add her here anyway. Eloise Kellett. I don't think she did tell us to come back. And then who else is on our list that we don't know about returning to? Audrey Seals is in jail. Stanley Street and Arthur Baxter. Ada Bossy we have. Jerry Stamper, Arthur Baxter, and Stanley Street. I don't know. I'm going to write them down here. Arthur Baxter. I don't think we can return to these people. I don't think they have new entries for us, but I'm not 100% sure. Not according to my note, but I'm not 100% sure. So I think just to be safe, I'm going to put these people down here. Stanley Street and Arthur Baxter, Stanley Street, Jerry Stamper. Okay, I don't think we're going back to those. You do have a point, though. We did try to visit someone at their home, and they didn't come home. Well, they're at least on this list. Let's start there. Let's start with our low-hanging fruit on our list, and then we'll track down the people who might not be at home or where we think they are, where we think they should be. You wanted to go to the psychiatrist first. Let's go to the psychiatrist. Maybe you can tell us what, maybe we can ask him what was her cocaine connection. That's my biggest suspicion. Okay, psychiatrist 30724. Continued from 82372. Okay, so here was our psychiatrist. He's not actually at that one. He's at 48538. So we're going to say all client confidentiality is off now that she's dead. So hopefully this guy is going to be more willing to talk to us now. Half an hour. It's 3:30. I know last time you said you can't talk to me about Miss Price because of confidentiality issues, but now she's dead. It's become a possible murder investigation, so I hope you might talk to me plainly this time, Doctor. Ah, yes, Detective. I'm afraid that tragic circumstances warrant an exceptional treatment of this case. Tell me, Doctor, is it possible that Miss Price committed suicide just to frame her rival, Miss Seals, with murder? It sounds very unlikely when you say it out loud, doesn't it, Detective? And I would say it's highly unlikely, but we cannot rule it out entirely. Seriously? Well, look at it this way. Georgia Price has a narcissistic personality. She always needs attention, and she always wants to be the best, the most beautiful, the most famous, etc. But during the rehearsals of the play, it becomes more and more obvious she's not as good a stage actress. She can see the snickering, the director's disappointed looks. Meanwhile, Audrey Seals who is a practiced stage actress, performs her scenes with ease. So, George's jealousy spirals into an obsession. She focuses all her disappointment, bitterness, and jealousy on the other actress. She thinks if she could somehow get rid of her, that would solve all her problems. Though she tries to convince the director first, when that does not work, tries to get her husband to intervene. And before you ask, detective, yes, Miss Price shared her obsessive thoughts with me too, but no, I couldn't talk her out of them. The most I could do was encourage her to write down her feelings in a diary in the hope it would lessen her need to enact them. So when I think of Georgia Price in that hotel room, lonely, obsessing over her rival, consumed by the thoughts of revenge and punishment, while also plotting a way to get back to the limelight with something other than her performance as the worst Titanian in history. I guess this is him still talking, even though we closed our quote here. So when I think of Georgia Price in that hotel room, lonely, obsessing over her rival, consumed by the thoughts of revenge and punishment, while also plotting a way to get back to the limelight with something other than her performance as the worst Titanian in history, well, I would say it is a possibility that in that frame of mind it could have seemed a good idea to kill herself and send Audrey Seals to the electric chair while she goes down in history as the innocent victim of that conniving woman. It would be a story to remember indeed. Okay, so pretty nice little psychology here. I guess we kind of agree with this guy. It's certainly possible. E3. It's certainly possible given her personality. All right, there's Costello, and it's now, according to my notes, Costello, who was at 48538. Okay, you got, who do you want to hit next? Benji and Bossy are the highest on my list, says Jonathan. Okay, let's do Benji. I think he's the one that jumps out most to me as the cocaine connection. So let's try Benji and then Bossy. 71931. Hopefully we can lean on Benji a little bit. If we circled L2, which we have, and it's Sunday, which it is, we can go to 37462, Benji. If he doesn't open the door, I would love for us to just let ourselves in. All right, looks like he's home. The actor seems more depressed than usual when he opens the door, so you say, I assume you've heard the news about Miss Price. He only nods and lets you inside. He lights up and offers you a cigarette as well, then asks, was it truly an overdose that killed her? And he looks truly miserable. You mean cocaine? Looks like you found the friend you were looking for. Oh my God, I can't believe this. It's all my fault then. He collapses on the sofa and starts crying. All right, we were right. He's the cocaine connection. Oh, Georgie, little Georgie, what have I done? Calm down, Mr. Miller. We don't know what killed her, not yet. Do you hear me? You shake his shoulders to get through to him. He finally stops sobbing. You don't? He looks down at you like a drowning man who's been thrown a lifebelt. But then, how? Why? That's exactly what I'd like to find out. So if you want to help, calm down and answer my questions. He nods, takes a few breaths, then looks at you seemingly more calmly. Okay, what would you like to know, Detective? Are you the friend Lord Lytton mentioned who supplied Miss Price with the cocaine? Yeah, I am. I was. He almost loses it again, but then takes another breath and continues. She became addicted to cocaine in Hollywood, like most of us did, he says bitterly, but when she married Lytton, she said she'd try to quit. When they moved here, she saw me out and asked for my help, and I said yes, of course. I told her she should take less and less every time. I also said it'd be best if she didn't seek out a dealer in Manhattan, and I would provide her with the stuff instead, to keep an eye on her. You look at him dubiously. I know, maybe I should have tried to convince her to seek professional help, but I was afraid it would only spook her. I just wanted to help. And it seemed it was working, too. She asked for less and less every week. A few weeks ago, she said she could go days without the stuff, so I was very hopeful. But then, you know what happened last Thursday, and after that, she totally lost it. She demanded a higher dose from me. When I tried to dissuade her, she threatened to look for a dealer herself. So I gave in, and I gave her twice as much as the week before. It wasn't a lethal dose, but I still made her swear she wouldn't use it at once. He buries his face in his hands. Oh, God. When I heard the news, I thought I was sure. He starts crying again. You wait a few seconds before you speak to him. Could you give me a sample from the cocaine you gave her, if you still have some left, that is, and the way I can find your dealer? He looks up suddenly. What? Why? Haven't you just said you don't know what killed her? Yeah, still, I want to be thorough. Okay, yeah. He stands up and takes out a little bag from a cupboard. Here's my last dose. I bought it last Tuesday. It's the same stuff I gave to Georgie last week. And have you used it since? No, I can do without it most of the time. I was thinking of using today, though, but I'm better now. So here it is. There's white powder in the little bag. As for the dealer, he goes by the name Joe and hangs out at Cafe Reggio almost all day. He's a big guy, has a beard and a mustache. He's supposedly an artist, looks like one too. And unusual clothes, Tell him Benji sent you. I see. All right, thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Miller, and sorry for your loss. His eyes are full of tears again when he escorts you out of the apartment. Okay, B3. So we're told about the drug dealer. And we have a sample of the cocaine that we can analyze, which is surely not poisoned. Joe at Cafe Reggio. I mean, surely it's not the cocaine that's been poisoned, at least not poisoned at this stage, right? That would be insane. Also, less and less every day. But she might not have taken it for a couple days. She's threatened to go to another dealer, but he gave her double dose on Thursday. And she dies the next day. So it seems so hard to see how this poisoned her. So are we now left with the Veronal theory? Is it more likely, does she have a guest and the guest has poisoned one of these two? Is that what's happened? B3. All right, let's talk to Ada Bossy and pay attention to whether she's blonde. Jonathan says, still makes sense to look up the dealer in case someone else from the cast bought it and swapped it. That's an interesting idea. Still seems unlikely, though. All right, I'd like to put that in the category here, though, of not being who we're looking for. Like, these are pushed down in the queue. I'd still rather find that girl. How do we find that woman who walked in? Shall we talk to Ada Bossy? Where's our list? Okay, so we went and talked to Benji. We went and talked to Costello. We haven't gone back to the theater. You want to go to Bossy? Okay, let's go to Bossy. 86260. Sunday, 61438. Oops, that's not the right page. Six one four three eight. It's at 4 p.m. We're running out of daylight here. Okay, we're looking for Ada Bossy. Marker E3. We don't have E3. On your case, and or if you have circled J3. We don't have either of those. That's interesting. So we need to return with E3 or J3. Ada Bossy. Maybe we're going to have to go to the theater to find her. J3 or E3. You know, we don't have either of those. Okay, no Bossy for us. Shall we go to the theater? I think we're going to go to the theater. 52749. Two 749. It's still 4 p.m. Sunday 88478. 8478. Madison Square Theater. $30, which brings us to 4:30. The theater is silent again, but it feels more ominous this time. You find the stage abandoned and almost turned back when somebody suddenly sits up in the first row. Hello? Is someone here? Oh, it's you, Detective. Thank God. Mr. Street, is that you? What are you doing here all alone? This is Stanley Street. The young actor looks exasperated. That's a very good question, Detective. Back should be here as well. Mr. Day asked us to come here and hold the fort, so to speak. Hold the fort? Yeah, you know, in case you came, or the journalists. You really don't like that he mentioned you in the same sentence as the journalists. Billy Jones' ugly face appears in your mind, but you suppress the memory with a sheer force of will. Really? Yeah, I have to tell you, you can find Mr. Day at home, although he doesn't insist on talking if it's not necessary. The journalists I'm supposed to chase away, he says with a grimace. Few of them already came, but Bax was still here, so he was the one doing most of the chasing. I'm a bit worried about whether I'm capable of doing it alone. Have courage, Mr. Street. By the way, where is Mr. Bax? He said it was just too depressing to sit here, and he needed a drink, so he walked out. That was almost 2 hours ago. I'm starting to think he's not coming back. So he didn't mention where he wanted to go. No, but I would guess the Blue Bar. It's nearby, and Trace took me there a few times after rehearsal. Seemed like the haunt of the actors from the theater. And how are you doing, Mr. Street? Good question. I don't even know. I'm shocked, of course, and sad for Miss Price, but also a bit mad, you know? I mean, how could she do this to us? Not just to herself, but to all of us. We've been working so hard for months now on this play, and for a few of us, it would have been the first real opportunity to appear in a serious play. And now it's over, all over, he says bitterly. And what about the others? Where are they? You think I know that? I'm the rookie of this troupe. No one shares anything important with me. I see. Well, if he comes back, tell Mr. Baxter I'm looking for him. And with that, you walk out of the auditorium. Circle M3. You want to go look around in Audrey Steele's dressing room. You want to look for the caretaker of the building to ask about pest control. Okay, let's make a note of Edwin Day, who's at home, that we want to talk to. We've now talked to Stanley Street, and we've visited the theater. The only thing is, Bossy sort of pointed us towards George's trail, and I think that was around 7 p.m. on Friday, so it doesn't make the most sense for us to point towards Georgia, unless she hadn't come up with her plan yet. And in that case, there wasn't enough time for her to get this all together to go in and out of that hotel by 9. Who was probably at the bar? That's Arthur Baxter. Arthur Baxter might be at the Blue Bar, and Edwin Day might be at home. But I suppose we should do these two first, don't you think, while we're here? Seems like we should. Let's take a break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Jonathan is ruminating on the idea that Ada Bossy could be involved. Even though it's originally for Bossy, I'm sort of questioning myself now with this timeline. If it was not meditated by Bossy till she talked to us, is it feasible for her to get poison into the hotel and back out by 9 if the French lesson didn't end till 8? It's a good point. Her motive would be to get rid of Seals and Price to get a lead role. It is interesting to think about motive. We've got a couple things that are really jumping out at us. One is that this woman seen leaving her house seems leaving her hotel is huge. Blonde woman seen leaving her hotel, we don't think it's her. So that's kind of huge. And then husband has the best opportunity to put cyanide in her Veronal. Tomorrow morning we're going to find out if it was the cocaine or the Veronal, or both, I suppose. So we're not going to know that till tomorrow. But it feels like, okay, so someone could have gotten access to her cocaine and put it in her cocaine. If someone got access to her Veronal, it was probably her husband, but it's not guaranteed. Like, if she brings her purse to work, she leaves it in her dressing room, someone could sneak in there and add it to the Veronal. So I guess in both cases, cocaine or Veronal, we've got the possibility that someone at the theater or at her house could have tampered with it, but probably at the theater. Um, can I make another suggestion? Like, we're fairly certain that, I think, given the last note by Georgia on her hotel room, it seems fairly certain that Georgia has planted these magazines in Audrey Seal's dressing room so she'll get caught. And that's why Audrey Seals gets arrested. And Audrey Seals is in jail and says, you know, why am I being blamed? And it's because of these, she's being blamed for the kidnapping and thus killing. But I want us to keep an open mind to the possibility that Georgia tried to frame Audrey Seals for the fake kidnapping. But we should also remember that Audrey Seals has the best motive to actually kill Georgia. So is it possible that Audrey Seals is wrongly accused of the kidnapping, but actually was the person who got the poison in Georgia's purse and could have come by there during the rehearsal while no one was looking, since she didn't rehearse the same day? Did we go into Audrey Seal's dressing room? I know we had the option to do it. We haven't done it yet. Okay, that's what we should do. So we just went into the theater, and now we can talk to the caretaker or go to Audrey Seal's room. So I want to go into Audrey Seal's room. I'm starting to think that maybe Audrey Seals had a motive. But Jonathan says, wouldn't it have triggered Thursday? I don't know if she uses this every day, but I think, yeah, I'm not sure. But yes, it seems like she would take it on Thursday. But you could probably say the same thing about the cocaine. Like, would she have taken it Thursday night when she checked in? Or Wednesday night? But I think that does, as you say, that leads more credence to the idea that it hadn't been tampered with till someone showed up. So I do like that idea. All right, I want to go into Audrey Seal's dressing room. 63898. It is now 4:30 p.m. 63898. "30 minutes. It's now 5 p.m. You look around in the dressing room. It's not as gaudy as George's was. There's an open wardrobe at the back of the room. Looks like Green and his team have done a thorough job. You can't find anything new here, although you search for at least half an hour." Okay, I think we want to go to the caretaker here. 5 p.m. 39572. You look around 5:30 p.m. You look around when you step out of the auditorium. There are stairs leading down to the basement at your left and a staff-only sign on a rope that bars the top of the stairs. You duck under the rope and go down. You find a big workshop there. A few workers are trying to stand up a big pillar they apparently just finished. Looks like life only stopped at ground level. Good day, gentlemen. I'm Detective Lucas from the NYPD. Can I talk to a caretaker or someone who deals with pests in the theater? One of them answers immediately. You mean Mr. Underwood? He should be in his office. Go down the corridor on your right. You should find him no problem. You tip your hat and head off in the indicated direction. There's an office at the end of the corridor with the sign Jonas T. Underwood, caretaker. You knock on the door. Come in, a gruff voice answers. You open the door and step into the dimly lit little space, which you wouldn't necessarily call an office. Mr. Underwood, I'm Detective Lucas from the NYPD. I'm investigating the death of Miss Georgia Price, one of the actresses at this theater, and I have a few questions for you. He looks at you in surprise. Investigating, you say? A paper said the miss offed herself in the hotel. Well, you know what they say about the papers. What? That you shouldn't believe everything you read. I shouldn't? He seems genuinely surprised by that. Never mind the papers, Mr. Underwood. Just tell me, how do you deal with pests in the theater? His eyes become round when you ask him that. You mean the journalists? You can't believe this. You start again, very slow this time. No, I mean literally. How do you deal with the rats or other pests that I'm sure one could find in the basement of this fine establishment? Oh, I see. Yes, I have to deal with rats and bugs and that sort. My brother-in-law, Carson, has a little pest control company here in Gramercy Park. Although he specializes in moths mainly. He'll kill other pests for family and friends as well. So I usually call him. And what's he using? Sprays and baits mainly. Sprays the bugs, puts out baits for the mice and rats. Can I see those baits? The guy looks at you in amazement. You got a similar problem, detective? Because I can give you Carson's address if you like. If you tell him I sent you, he'll give you a discount, I'm sure. Yeah, sure. Give me the address. He scribbles down the name Carson Wirch and the address 110 East 18th Street. You put it in your pocket. And now show me the baits. He obviously finds your request strange, but he leads you out of the office, shows you a few baits put out here and there in the basement. They're little trays with some yellow crystals on them. Trays have a warning on their side, danger, poison, and little skull and bone sign. Carson Wirch, 110 East 18th Street. He's got a pest control business in Gramercy Park. So we look at the baits and they're familiar to us again. Isn't this cyanide, you asked the caretaker while examining the yellow crystals? I'm not sure. It could be. Thank you for your help. Goodbye, Mr. Underwood. Circle U3, which is new to us. Okay, so it's now 5:30. We're approaching evening. We don't have that much more time. Why should we benefit by going to that pesticide guy? What are we going to learn from him? The game surely sounds like it wants us to go there, but I don't know why. Who have we not visited here? We tried to find Bothy, but we didn't have the prerequisite. Feels like there's something we're not understanding about that. We haven't visited Edwin Day at his home. We did visit Stanley Street. I shouldn't cross him off here. I should just check him. So Baxter is at the Blue Bar. That's a little bit suspicious. What would be his motive? What would be the motive to kill this woman? That's a very strong motive. We need a strong motive. I guess there's a little logic where maybe a caretaker gave reference of the exterminator to cast members. Why wouldn't they just steal it from the theater traps? Yes, that's how I feel. Why wouldn't they just steal it from the theater traps? Well, maybe it looks weird for them to go down there. We've got our drug dealer, our jockey club, Mr. Litton. We've got the Carson Warch pesticides. Those all seem very low priority leads. I'm more interested in why we can't talk to Ada Bossi. Do we know where she is? The French lessons are only on Fridays, right? It's not every day. I suppose I'd be more inclined to find that guy at the bar. At the Blue Bar. Jonathan says we could try Kellett's home. I'm happy to go to Kellett's home. Let me look up the Blue Bar and then we'll decide whether we can find Kellett. The Blue Bar in Gramercy Park. 24539. 24539. And I mean, Edwin Day seems like someone we should talk to, but let's look up Kellett and Edwin Day at his house. Eloise Kellett, 44077. And then Edwin Day. How would you even get into that hotel where our girl is staying? Now, let's say you followed her all the way to the Bowery. You just walk up into, there's 3 rooms. What do you just walk up there until you hear some noise in a room? Or maybe she can call out and call someone. Okay, let's try Kellett at her home. I want to go to the Blue Bar for sure, but 79601 is Kellett. 79601, there is an entry for it. Page 116. That's not right. Oh, this is the previous entry about her. Why does everyone hate her? Let me just read this. This is a previous entry we read from Eloise Kellett. We ask her, do you have a minute? I want to talk to you. George, it's usually a scheme. Everyone hates her, she says. Says, do you talk to Benji? He's the only one who doesn't hate her. Still, hate and murder is a very different matter. Hard to see how she has a motive. Very hard to see how she has a motive. Okay, let's see if she can be found at her home, though. 44077. Okay, Eloise Kellett. 44077. Looks like we're going to be able to find her at home. 47151. Eloise Kellett. Last time we spoke, you said Miss Bossy was following Miss Price everywhere and tried to imitate the actress in every way. Do you think her behavior might have been more than a form of admiration? Mean she was obsessive and a bit crazy? I wouldn't put it that way, you reply hesitantly. Why not? You'd be right. Ada didn't just imitate and follow Georgia. She was always lurking around, snooping, you know. She was very nosy, especially about things that involved Georgia. I caught her a few times coming out of the other actresses' dressing rooms, always trying to pretend she was just talking to the occupant or running some errands for them. But it was a lie most of the time, of course. I even told her a few weeks ago I would tell on her if I catch her again. And did you catch her again, I mean? No, I didn't. I suspect it only means she became more careful and not that she stopped doing it. And what about the others? Wasn't Miss Bossy snooping around in their dressing rooms as well? She might have. Ada wasn't only trying to imitate Georgia as an actress, but as a seductive woman as well. Now that was a sight to see. Trace and Bax were just laughing at her, and Ada didn't understand what she was doing wrong. It always worked when Georgia did it. Did what? Seduced every man in sight. At least the younger and more attractive ones like Trace, Bax, and Stan. You know, Detective, some women are like that, can't stand the thought that the men around them aren't lusting after them. I thought everyone was annoyed with Miss Price's behavior, even the men you've just mentioned. They were annoyed with her, sure, but that doesn't mean they didn't want to sleep with her. Well, this lady doesn't beat around the bush, and she's even more attractive when she talks so bluntly. Just your type. This is Eloise Kellett. So this is the woman who was smoking a cigarette naked when she was caught cheating. She doesn't beat around the bush. But then you need to be careful. Okay. Doesn't mean they didn't want to sleep with her, but they didn't, right? I mean, Miss Price had a husband. The actress looks at you doubtfully. You're kidding, right? Of course they did. Maybe not Stan, though. He's still young and naive. I don't think George had managed to get her hooks into him yet. And nor had Ada. Although poor Stan is so kind, he didn't know how to refuse Ada politely. So she started to think her methods were working on him. I tried to tell her she got the wrong end of the stick, but she said I was just jealous, as if. Well, this is very interesting now. Now things are getting interesting because we said, when Jonathan was remembering, Jonathan, let's talk about this now. Jonathan was remembering that Ada Bossy told us that she saw Georgia walking down towards the subway station. And I'll note that Ada Bossy looks to be a blonde. And one of the things that I pointed out when that happened is, when we were thinking about this, did Ada Bossy follow her in the subway and see what hotel she went into? And that would be how no one else knows where she's hiding out. But possibly Ada Bossy does. Because possibly Ada Bossy followed her. I think Ada Bossy is looking more and more like our chief suspect. What do you think about that, Jonathan? We may need to reread all our stuff with Ada Bossy again. I think we may need to reread the entries with Ada Bossy. Is she the one in The Great Gatsby? Not in this paper, but I think she was. I still think the timeline doesn't make the most sense. Going from the French class to the hotel and back out by 9. I don't know. She finishes French at 8. She goes in there and she's in and out and gets out by 9. Certainly possible. But wait, is it? Yeah, it is Friday, we think. Okay, I might want to reread the Ada Bossy entries. I think maybe I got to understand this woman again, but the other thing you might not have noticed is we just got marker E3, and marker E3 is one of the ones we needed to revisit Ada Bossy. So it's time for us to go to Ada Bossy's house. Maybe we're suspicious enough we're going to break in. That would be fantastic. So let us go back to Ada Bossy's house, 61438. I would love if Lucas picks the lock. But maybe she's going to be in now. Okay, so if we have marker E3, it's now got to be 6 p.m. One, 4, 3, 8, which takes us to 30267, and this was Kellett. I like how he's falling for Kellett, who's the straight talker. She's not the blonde bombshell. She's the more straight talking girl. Has got Lucas's attention. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do at Ada Bossy's place. Let's see if she's in or if we're gonna walk into her apartment on our own. This feels like it could be important to me. Looking for Ada Bossy. You knock a few times on Miss Bossy's door, there's no answer. You try the neighbor's door. A woman opens it, a little kid in her arms. Yes? No, Lily, take him out of your mouth at once. And she pulls something out of the little girl's mouth. Him? Is that a hamster? Surely not. I was looking for your neighbor, Miss Ada Bossy, ma'am, but she didn't answer the door. Do you know where I can find her? Why, who are you? She looks at you suspiciously. You're still staring at the slimy thing in the little girl's paws. Did it just move? I'm Detective Lucas from the New York Police. One of Miss Bossy's colleagues was found dead yesterday, and I need to talk to all the actors and actresses the victim worked with. Victim? You mean that famous actress from the news? And Ada worked with her? Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, but can you tell me where she is? You stared directly into the woman's face because the thing definitely moved just now. She's at church, I guess. At church? You're so shocked to hear this answer that you accidentally make eye contact with the little girl. That was a mistake. She holds the slimy fur ball out to you. Philby, her mother thankfully puts the little girl down at that moment and says to her, go and take Furby back into his cage. Oh, God, it was a hamster then. Deep breaths. You're not going to be sick. Just breathe evenly. So, you mentioned a church you managed to croak out. Yeah, she goes there every day now. She's been praying a lot since Thursday. Since Thursday? You need to process this. Which church, you finally ask? I'm sorry, I don't know, Detective. There's a painful scream all of a sudden, and the little girl runs back to her mother. He bit me. Philby bit me. Look, Mommy. Time to go. Thank you for your help, ma'am. Circle Y3. Now, we were looking for Y3 before at the pesticide place. Rose exterminating pesticide. Maybe we're going to ask about hamster pesticides. Okay, but I'm feeling good about Ada Bossy more and more. I think she's the one who may have followed our Georgia. That was X3, you're right. You're right, I'm wrong. I don't know if we needed Y3 anymore. Nowhere that I've checked. Okay, false alarm about the pesticide. Okay, Y3, this is Ada Bossy. And Ada Bossy is nowhere to be found, even more suspicious. This is how it works in real life. You murder someone, even though you should just go about your business, pretend nothing's happened. You're too panicked. You feel a compulsion to not talk to anyone. All right, let us find a church. Now, where does Ada Bossy live? Where was her house? 61438. Remember, she said she goes to church. It doesn't necessarily mean she's going to church, but her house is at 86260. 15 Washington Place. Ada Bossy. 16 Washington Place, which is Greenwich Village 69. Okay. Let's see what kind of luck we have finding a nearby church. Greenwich Village, 69. What are we looking at here? She lives here, 69, near NYU. I grew up somewhere in here. Walked through here lots of times. All right, 69. So we're looking for 50s, 70s, maybe some 80s. There's Hotel Lafayette, where the Poe dinner was. Okay, Yellow Pages. Lots of churches in New York City, as we're going to find out in a second. So I wonder if actually we might be better off. Like, let me just show you how many churches we're going to have on our hands here. Churches. Okay, so here, and here. I guess that's not so bad. We could also use the reverse directory to see if one's right next door, but let's go ahead and do it here. All right, let's try to find churches in Greenwich Village. Church of St. Alphonsus, GB113 at 68664. It's not that many churches in Greenwich Village. Here's another one, First Presbyterian, GV20. These are both pretty far away from her. 32473. She could be lying about going to church, or she could be going to a church in a different neighborhood, but that would be unlikely. She'd have to have a really good reason for that. Here's another one, Sullivan Street Catholic Church, GV82. That's closer. 74715. Now, why is she going to church since Thursday? Oh, here's another one. Tower of the Church of the Ascension. That sounds kind of spooky. 2243. That's a GV26. We should note church since Thursday. Like, that's very weird. And that's since she disappeared, huh? Jonathan, can you clarify what you're saying? Washington Square Methodist Church, that seems very nearby. 13989. Okay, there we are. Okay, also could be going to a different religious institute. You're saying she's like telling her neighbor she's going to church, but she's not going to church. She's going to synagogue or something. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so she's at 69. The closest one, we have a 73, which is actually pretty far away here on the other side of the park. And we have an 82, which is closer. I guess that must be Judson Church. So that is our closest one, 82. So let's try that. Let me just make sure, because I don't remember the name Judson Church. I just want to make sure I didn't miss one. Seven, 5, 1, 8, 2. Huh, looks like I missed that one. Judson Memorial Church, 75182. 75182. That's at GV. Boy, it's lucky we hit that on the picture. GV82. Did I just copy it wrong, or there are two at 82? Let me check it, double check it here. Greenwich Village 82. Are there two churches here, or did I write down something wrong? In 82, we have the Sullivan Street Catholic Church and the Judson Memorial Baptist Church. So I missed one. That's a little nerve-wracking, that sloppiness. Okay, so we've got two at 82. These seem our primary likely things. Now, churches are places that could move around if I messed up the directory. So I hope Anna is here to tell us if that's our problem. But let's look up in our index which of these have entries. 75182. No. 74715. 74715. No. So the two closest ones are no good. 32473. No. 68664. Yes. We got a hit on a church. 12243. No. 13989. No. Okay, but we did get a hit on one church in the 113 block. There. Well, it's not too far to walk for a church. Okay. Let's see what Ada Bossi has to say for herself if she's hanging out in the church, having a nervous breakdown. 68664. No, something's gone wrong. 68664. Church of St. Alphonsus. Sunday afternoon. Oh, it makes sense. She's in church on Sunday. Okay, that makes sense. So it's 6:30 p.m. 68664, which brings us to 34848. Yes, most of it was written with software, but a whole bunch of software that tries to do a whole bunch of different stuff. You can watch my design diaries where I talk about it, and the new design diary will be on Saturday. Okay, 34848. I'm very suspicious of Ada Bossi. Here we go. 30 minutes pass. It's now 6:30. You step inside the gloomy candlelit church. Your steps echo in the silence. There's a figure in the front row praying on her knees. It seems you found Ada Bossy. She starts when you touch her shoulder. Miss Bossy, can I talk to you for a moment? You whisper to her. Her eyes go wide in surprise when she recognizes you, but she only nods, stands up, and walks out of the church. There's a scarf on her head, but you can see platinum blonde curls peek out. The exact shade of Georgia Price's hair. It's quite spooky. There's a bench near the gate. The actress sits down and you sit next to her. You don't say a word, you just look at her expectantly. It works. First she starts sobbing, then she starts talking. I'm sorry. I should have told you where she was when you were looking for her. Or even before that. I should have told Mr. Day where she went. Oh God, oh God. What have I done? More sobbing, but you're still silent. You need to wait this out. I followed her that day, you see. Wednesday. This was my theory that she followed her. When I saw her dismiss her car, she got on the subway and went to the Bowery, to a post office first. This is who's talking to us. She's putting on the waterworks, but she's recently dyed her hair to look just like this girl. She got on the subway, went to the Bowery, to a post office first, and then on to that hotel. I thought she might have a secret rendezvous with someone there, so I waited a bit not far from the hotel to see if someone arrived. I was expecting Bax, to be honest, but no one showed up, and our lunch break was almost over. So I went back to the theater. You finally break your silence. You expected Mr. Baxter to show up at the hotel. Why? I saw them kissing once at the theater, you know. They thought nobody was around, but I saw them. Just like I saw Georgia sneak into Audrey's dressing room with those magazines on Wednesday morning. I saw a lot of things no one knew about, but I never talked about them to anyone. Not before now. After I heard on Thursday that everyone thought Georgia was missing, I wanted to tell Mr. Day what I saw. I swear, Detective. I even almost did. But then I thought Georgia's disappearance might give me an opportunity I couldn't even dream of before, because I knew Titania's role by heart, you know, and I studied Georgia's every move, her voice, everything. I thought I'd be able to give a very good impression of her. I even dyed my hair. She starts crying again. I was wrong, I know. Although I came here every day since Thursday to pray and ask for forgiveness. I tried to explain to Jesus it wasn't that big of a deal and what I was doing, and it wasn't harming anyone. If Georgia didn't want to be found, it was her business. My task is to concentrate on my own career, and if her disappearance could further it, I had to grab the opportunity. Her eyes are burning with conviction when she says this. But he didn't listen, Detective. Jesus didn't listen to me. He just kept accusing me of lying. Am I going to hell, Detective? Jesus says I am. Can you help me somehow? Please help me. She grabs your arm like someone is drowning. You help her up from the bench. Maybe you should take her to the hospital. She obviously needs some help, other than yours. Circle S3. She's a little bit off her rocker, huh? She admits, she makes a pretty convincing case. She admits she followed her. She admits she knew where she was. But doesn't say anything about going into her room, going actually into the hotel. But someone who looked like her did, and this is our very strong candidate. Picture her with her hair dyed platinum blonde to look like Georgia Price, who she has some unhealthy I guess she doesn't have a super infatuation with her, but she wants her role. She wants to be a movie star and wants to take over her role. I think we got our killer here. She saw an opportunity. She thinks no one would suspect me. No one knows where she is. No one knows I know where she is. Now we just have to put the poison in her hand. Suppose she could have gotten it from the theater, but we might want to check around to see at that at the pesticide stores in Greenwich Village to see if there's any chance that she's a customer. John says, why is she confessing to us? Did we accuse her? Well, first of all, she's a little crazy. She's clearly conflicted. She's talking to Jesus. Jesus is telling her things. She may just assume that we knew. But notice no one else knows where Georgia is except Ada Price. She says, I almost told Mr. Day, but I didn't. A pesticide store, is that such a thing? Okay, there are no pesticide stores, but there are exterminators that you would go to and hire. She's a bit crazy, too. She's a bit out of her head. Surely she is our killer. It would just be nice to get some hard evidence on her. So, I mean, I am interested in the husband's side case, but I think we should try to think about how we would prove our case against Ada Bossi. The biggest way to prove it is if we can catch her buying pesticide. She could have gotten it easily from the theater, but that doesn't mean she did. So I think what we should do is see if we get lucky by looking for exterminators in Greenwich Village. We don't have X3, so we can't go there, but we can visit this guy who works for the theater, his cousin of the theater, who owns a pesticide place. And we could look at exterminators in Greenwich Village. A long shot, but it would be our strongest proof if we could actually put the means of murder in her hands. You could actually turn that timeline problem into a strength. Where were the French lessons, Jonathan? French lessons at the Blissful Aromatics Tea Room. I think that was in Greenwich Village, but if you're worried that she didn't have enough time to finish her lesson and then get to the Bowery, you could flip that and make that a strength by saying that she had to have taken a cab from the or the subway near to her French lesson. So that would be another way we might catch her. Ada, Bossy, House, to Bowery, Cab, Subway. It's downtown. So, like, if you're worried that she doesn't have enough time, did she already have the poison and was contemplating? And if not, she'd have to pick it up right away. That's more reason why we might catch her buying it on the spot if it wasn't premeditated. That's a very clever thought. If it's not premeditated, she discovers her hiding in this hotel. She has a thought, then she'll have to buy it. She might not have time to get it at the theater, so she gets it at a store. Let's follow this lead. So we're looking for exterminators. Oh, this would be really great if we could find her going to an exterminator on the day, on that Friday. Okay, so event services and factories. No exterminator. Where is exterminator? I think it might be under pest control. Pest control and exterminators, 93. All right, we are looking for Greenwich Village or Bowery, right? Or Bowery, perhaps. So BO 23 68380. Okay. Here's the Gramercy Park one. I guess I'm going to go ahead and write that one down because he got referenced. Gramercy Park's in the wrong direction, but I'll write it down. 76570. Oh, he's got an ad in the paper about moths and their eggs destroyed. He did say that he mainly works with moths. Remember? Okay. This was the one we tried to go to, Rose's Rats, in the Civic Center. Here we have another Bowery one. Bowery 20 71522. That's it. Not many exterminators. Not many pest control places. I guess mostly you'd go in a drugstore or something. This is only for the serious. All right, well, let's see if any of these people are in our case. Boy, I would love to catch her. 2 in the Bowery, huh? Did this girl have a sudden thought and just went with it? 68380. 68380 has a hit. 71522. No. 76570. Hit. That's the Warch. All right, we got 2 hits and 1 in the Bowery. We may have gotten the French instructor's name. We could confirm the French lesson. I'd love to do that, Jonathan, if you can remember that. We can recheck that. That's easy to recheck. Let's make a to-do item for that. To do French instructor. Okay, let's follow up first, though, on this pest extermination. First, we'll go to Wirch, the moth specialist, 76570. Maybe he can just give us some background information. $30, which makes it 7 p.m. Hello, Mr. Wirch.
Yes, how can I help you?
Mr. Underwood gave me this address, Mr. Wirch. He said you're the one usually dealing with pests in the Madison Square Theater.
Yes, that's right.
I'm interested in the rat poison you use. Mr. Underwood showed me the yellow crystal baits you put out all over the place. Can you tell me what kind of poison they consist of?
Well, of course. Those are the most effective baits against rats at the moment. They consist of cyanide.
I see. Okay. That's all we need to hear. U4. U4? Wow, there's no such thing as a U4 on the sheet. Anna has broken through, broken into a new dimension. We're now at U4. It doesn't even exist. Okay. It's 7 p.m. Now, this is the lead that could break this case wide open. Actually, I think it's 7:30 now. No, it's 7 p.m. We went to this place, sorry. 76570 is Wirch Moth Exterminator. All right, here we go. It's 7:30. It's a half an hour before the normal end of the night, and we're going to go to the Bowery Pest Extermination Company, 68380. Look what it is. If you don't have marker X3, which we still don't. We needed it before and we need it still, but now we get to go somewhere with it. 68380. BO Pest. What company is this? The Big Apple Pest Control. So we need to return here with X3. Same thing Rose said. But this one lets us go somewhere. 71023. You don't have X3. Go to 71023. Yes. Okay, 71023. Could you tell me about your pesticide methods, Mr. Nunn?
We use cyanide in crystal form in baits to be precise for targeted pest control. There is a gaseous form of cyanide for fumigating, and although it's more effective, it's more dangerous and more expensive as well. Our clientele prefers the cheaper, lower risk method, so we stick to them.
That did not crack this case wide open as I hoped. I hoped that we were going to find out that Ada Bossy went here. On the other hand, we can go back here with X3, and we don't know what X3 is. It seems like when we get confirmation about the cyanide, maybe we're going to come back and get to quiz him more. So I think maybe we are... Well, we're at our 8 p.m., so I'll tell you what we're going to do. Jonathan says, are we going to use, do we want to use overtime? I'm thinking maybe not. I mean, we do have a couple more leads we want to follow up on. We'd like to talk to the drug dealer. We'd like to follow up on the husband and his jockey club, but we don't think they're related. So the question is whether I think we could call it an evening and not take those demerits and just finish up tomorrow. When we get the autopsy reports. Well, let's take our break. We need an 8-minute break here. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll discuss what we want to do. We could go into overtime if we don't care about the scores. We could chase down the husband and the drug dealer and do that all tonight. Or we could get an early game night and then wake up fresh in the morning. And we might get confirmation about the cyanide and be able to follow that up. I'm not opposed to taking overtime and looking at the husband and his horses. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes.
I'll make it.
It's 1:50 a.m. here. We've been playing for almost 4 hours. YouTube says there are 12 viewers, 10 likes. The group here seems to be inexhaustible, ready to do some extra late night overtime leads between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. It sounded like Jonathan was interested in following up on Lord Lytton and the phone call that he got where he mentioned the word cracker, which might refer to a safecracker or might be talking about a horse, which is my guess. But before you go all in on spending your overtime leads on it, let's just look at our to-do list. So this is what you're saying you want to do. You want to follow up on Lord Lytton and why he left town. Does he really have an alibi? The alibi thing actually is of no value to us, right? Because he didn't kill her in person. If he killed her, it's because he put poison in her Valora, in her sleeping pills, so he didn't have to be in town when she took it and died. So actually, whether he's in town or not does not help rule him out. But if there's a side case and he's actually hiring a safecracker, maybe if he's hiring someone to break into his wife's safe, then that could incriminate him. But we'd have to figure out where he went and what is safecracker. We got two leads about that: the jockey club in town or the Mr. Fitz, who is the person who called. So there's two leads we could follow up on. It sounds like that's what you guys want to do. But let me just point out a couple other things. We have the main drug dealer who gave Benji the cocaine that Benji gave to our girl Georgia. This seems like a complete red herring. I don't see how that's going to help us in any way. We don't think the cocaine was poisoned, but even if it was, it surely wasn't poisoned by the drug dealer 2 steps removed. So I don't see how that is. No, I don't know that a cracker is a name for a horse either. So yes, you've got a point there. Now, the other thing, now this is much more realistic. So this seems low priority to me. And this is low priority related to our case, but maybe an interesting side case. But before you go hoofing off to investigate Lord Lytton, the husband who looks like he loves her, let me just point out that we have primary people that we haven't visited. We have not revisited Sylvester Tracy. We have not revisited Edwin Day at his house. In fact, I don't think we've ever been to his house. And we have not revisited Jerry Stamper, and we have not talked to Arthur Baxter, who was kind of suspicious being at the bar. So it's like we've got some serious people here that are related to our case. And even if we want to do maximum overtime, that would only give us time for 4 leads. So I want you to consider Edwin Day, Sylvester Tracy, and Arthur Baxter, and Jerry Stamper. We can't do them all, even if we wanted to. So I suppose you could look at it and say, well, we should do as much as we can.
I guess theoretically doing them now would free up time for a side case tomorrow. Well, okay, let me argue that we should at night surely go to that bar. So why don't we start there, and then maybe we can split the difference. Maybe we do 2 of these and then these 2. So blue bar, I'm curious about Arthur Baxter. We could also, even if we think we've got our girl here, all the more reason that these people might know something about her, might be willing to cough up that she was acting erratic. So I'm going to go to Arthur Baxter, who's at the blue bar. Makes all the more sense to go to him now before he moves on. Who knows where he'll be tomorrow. 2, 4, 5, 3, 9. The blue bar, if you have marker M3, which we do have M3. Two, 4, 5, 3, 9. So now we can go to 4, 7, 6, 9, 4. "30 minutes has passed. Bartender knows Arthur Neville Baxter well. He hasn't seen him today, nor any other actors from the Madison." So I'm going to check a demerit for an overtime. But what do we do with this information? Arthur Neville Baxter. He knows him. This is where the troupe hang out, go to the bar, but they haven't been there today. But the other guy said this is where he was. What does that mean? What does that mean? Eight, 8, 4, 7, 8. Let me just read that again. That was a weird scene, actually, when we went back into the theater. So we get into the theater. And we run into Stanley Street, who's sort of sleeping in his seat here. He was told to hold the fort by Edwin Day. And then he says, you can find Edwin Day at home. Bax, a few of them already came. Bax was still here. Where is Bax? He said it was too depressing to sit here. He needed a drink, so he walked out. That was 2 hours ago. He didn't mention where he wanted to go. No, but I would guess the blue bar. I would guess the blue bar. So actually, he just guessed the blue bar. I don't think that needs fixing. And Anna's fixing, but giving us a new hint now. I sure hope that's not a real hint. I've changed that lead a few days ago, muttering something about a diamond. I have a feeling I might be doing some complaining about Anna giving us more hints, but let's find out. So actually, now that we read it, he said, I assume he would go to the blue bar. Okay, but we are in the theater, the Madison Square Theater. GP28. Okay, so he knows him there, but he's not there now. So could he have, he needed a drink, maybe he went to a different bar. So let's just look up bars. Bars and pub near Gramercy Park 28 is what we want. Baseball diamond, it could just be a bar with diamond in the name, but I'm not going to be happy if there's a nearby bar with diamond in the name, because I don't think we needed that, but we'll see. Let's just see for a second. So Gramercy Park 28, that's where the theater is. We already knew that. So we're going to look for the 20s and 30s bars nearby. So in Gramercy Park, let's see if we can find such a bar. And if it says diamond, we'll just bicker about it a little bit. Gramercy Park bar, nothing there. And or a bar with diamond in the name. Can't really see it behind this camera. I think I've got to not do it that way. I've got to do it this way. So there's the blue bar. That's the one we went to. Gramercy Park bar. Not that many bars in Gramercy Park. And here's another one. The Flatiron Lounge. Flatiron Lounge. GP 52100875. Oh, I got another page of them here. Does this help me make less mistakes when I do it this way? Wow, Gramercy Park just doesn't have that many bars. Here's Pete's Tavern. GP62 12408. Whistling Tavern is our last one. 11552. So that seems like all the Gramercy Park bars. No diamond. Could be a nightclub also, but I'm going to assume he didn't go to a nightclub, but just a bar to quietly drink. So if we didn't have Anna's clue, I would go to these 3 bars. But now Anna is giving us a new clue, diamond. So let me just see if he didn't leave the neighborhood and go to a bar with diamond in the name. I mean, it could be that he's just going to pawn a diamond. We might think about pawn shops if that's the case. No diamond. Okay. So I don't see how that diamond helps us, although he could have gone to a pawn shop nearby if we wanted to. If that's a real clue, if he really did say diamond, he could go to a jewelry shop or a jewelry shop. But it'd be more likely that he was going to a bar. So I'm going to ignore the diamond as a clue to help us where to go. But I want to find out what bar he really went to. Let's see if any of these are in our directory. In our case. 10875. There is an entry for 10875. 12408. No. 11522. 1592. So as long as I didn't write that down, it's only 10875. This was the blue bar. That took us a demerit. All right, I'm going to keep following this up. I don't know about this. I feel like we're going to eat our demerits up. So it is following up on this lead. It's asking us again, are we looking for our guy, M3? Oh, 875 65099. So let's see if we find him. 601 65099. Okay, so when you show the picture of Arthur Neville Baxter to the bartender, he says the guy from the photo was here earlier, but went away a while ago. He remembers him mentioning some diamond before he left. Okay, so Anna, you did not need to fix that other lead because it didn't guarantee us he was going to the blue bar, and this is the nearby bar. So we found that without having it mentioned at the blue bar. So that was a false, unnecessary hint, but that's okay. We're still left with an issue now about what this diamond's about. And it says it wasn't a hint, it was an errata. I'm just not sure it was a real errata because it didn't need to be an errata. We were able to find the bar he really went to. So I don't think it's a real errata. But now what diamond is Arthur Baxter talking about? What do we know about Arthur Baxter? Is it possible he's stolen? He's the jealous guy who called the paper, right? He is the jealous guy who doesn't have handsome looks, who we believe sent the first letter to the paper. We've got our second demerit now, by the way. I mean, this guy could be a bit of a psychopath. I still don't know how he would find her, though. Is he trying to pawn? Has he, like, if we could find he stole her ring and is pawning it. I don't remember his backstory, though. I don't know if we're going to chase this lead down to no benefit. I'm not cross with you. I'm not cross with you. I'm just saying you didn't really need to fix that lead. There was nothing wrong with it. We found out he was just guessing what bar. So I don't think that lead needs fixing. All right, what do we want to do here? Do we want to keep trying to trace this guy down? We could look for pawn shops and jewelry shops. But we're eating away our night. Do we want to go visit Edwin Day in his home? Like, what's the... Edwin Day could shed some light on Ada Bossi. And then there's Spencer Tracy. There's the Fob. There's Lord Lytton. We just have to make some tough choices. Like, we can't be overtime. We've only got 4 overtimes max. Let me just look up jewelry stores. Maybe he was going to buy a diamond ring, sell it. Let's see if something jumps out at us in the jewelry store listings in Gramercy Park. Harwood Jewelers. Maybe, should we write these down? Harlow Jewelers. There's what? Oh, I'm in translators. I've left Jewelers. Jewelers only go to here. Okay. So what? There's only one jewelry store in all of Gramercy Park. Harwood Jewelers. All right. 28589. Since there's only one and I'm on it here, I'm gonna cross it off our list. 28589. 28589 is not an entry. Okay, so it's not Jewelers, or at least not in Gramercy Park. You mentioned something about a diamond. We've also got the French instructor. Did you want to knock on the French instructor's door? I feel like it's okay if we end the day without this stuff, but this is a pretty cool experience. Okay, Jonathan says, let's look and see if the French instructor. All right, I'm going to stop looking for pawn shops. We're going to try to find the French instructor because she is directly related to Ada Bossi. All right, so how do we do that? French language is at the Blissful Aromatics, which we probably wrote down, so I could probably find it on our previous, but it's just as easy for me to look it up here. Blissful Aromatic. Actually, I'm glad we're doing this overtime because I want to talk about it when we're done. I want to talk about this moment. Blissful Aromatics 56568. 56568. Oh no, this is just a rereading. This is not a new lead. Friday evening, 28246. We're just rereading 88246. That was not right. Blissful Aromatics. I've done it wrong. Okay. I think I'm getting a little soppy here. Well, you gotta write these down instead of trying to remember them. Blissful Aromatics 56568. This is like this. Well, we're almost done. I can see I'm starting to get sloppy. 5, 6, 5, 6, 8 turns to 2, 8, 2, 4, 6. 8, 2, 4, 6. You're doing all this to get this person's name. And here we do have her name, Miss Azima. So then Jonathan's idea was, now that we have her name, Miss Azema, and we suspect that Ada Bossi might have had to leave early on Friday. Jonathan's theory was, let's see if we can visit her and hear that Ada Bossi left early. No, there's no Miss Azima. It was an interesting theory. It was an interesting theory. It was an interesting idea. Okay, so that's that. We still have 2 more night leads we could do. We could try to find Arthur Neville. All right, I promised I would do one for Lord Lytton. So let's go to the Jockey Club and see about Lord Lytton. Jockey Club was in the paper, and here it is. Carnegie Mansion, 64268. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, we got a big, long entry here. It's the Jockey Club. 1045 Madison Avenue. 30 minutes, which gives us a demerit instead of a time. When you ask around in the club about Lord Lytton, you find a gentleman who immediately asks, "You're looking for Al? Why? What's he up to?" That's exactly what I'd like to find out, Mr. Bold. Geoffrey Bold. He extends his hand to you. "I'm Detective Lucas, Mr. Bold. Pleased to meet you. Lord Lytton left his home Saturday afternoon. I'd like to find him. He supposedly got a call from a Mr. Fitz about some cracker." Something like that. "And he immediately left his house with an overnight bag." You're almost ashamed to say all this. It sounds so silly, or at least the part about the cracker does. "You don't say, so Fitz called him after all." You perk up. "So you know this mysterious Mr. Fitz?" "Course. Al wouldn't shut up about him and Seabiscuit in the last few weeks." "Seabiscuit?" "Oh yeah, I guess he was the cracker mentioned in the phone call. Seabiscuit is some kind of cracker eaten by sailors, if I'm not mistaken, like the hardtack. And Seabiscuit's father is called Hardtack." You're lost. It shows, because Bold realizes this and starts to explain everything. "All right, look. Al was interested in horse breeding, and he was looking for a good stud to buy. He found out that the legendary Man o' War had a grandson from the mare Swing On and the sire Hardtack, Man o' War's son. The foal was born in 1933 in Kentucky and was named Seabiscuit, after his father. He was trained by Fitz, Jim Fitzgibbons, who also trained Gallant Fox." These are all real horses. Seabiscuit was a famous horse. This is all real history and real lineage of Seabiscuit. You might want to go read about Seabiscuit. Okay, he was trained by Jim Fitzgibbons, who also trained Gallant Fox.
A fox? You feel dizzy. No, the champion thoroughbred who was the second winner of the Triple Crown. He looks at you expectantly. In 1930? Come on, you must remember. It wasn't so long ago. Yeah, I've heard about the Triple Crown, you mutter. Yeah, I'll bet. Al's constantly talking about Man o' War, Gallant Fox, and Hardtack. And now about Seabiscuit as well. How he would try and buy him somehow. But his offers were rejected time and time again because it turned out Fitz saw some potential in Seabiscuit, so started training him. But 2 weeks ago, Al came in with big news. Fitz said Seabiscuit was too lazy after all, so he would devote his time to Omaha instead. Turns out he wants to enter Omaha and not Seabiscuit to the Triple Crown this year. What news, right? Yeah, what news? You answer him, trying to gather some enthusiasm. Anyway, that gave Al new hope. He was practically obsessed with the idea of buying Seabiscuit, and you say Fitz called Al yesterday. He lets out a whistle. I guess his dream came true after all. The Wheatley stable was finally willing to sell Seabiscuit to him. I mean, I'm just guessing, but that would certainly make Al pack an overnight bag and head for Kentucky no matter what. The man looks at you excitedly. I see. It's very interesting, Mr. Bold, and seems to explain why Lord Lytton's sudden trip, but I was told Lady Lytton wasn't keen on the idea of horse breeding. Yeah, Al said he still needed to convince Georgia about all this, but he said he had a few ideas. Ideas? What ideas? I don't know, Detective. He didn't tell me. Thank you, Mr. Bold. That was very helpful. Circle marker K3. Okay, well, it was as I predicted. It wasn't our safecracker. It was a name for a horse, but we did get a very cool story about Seabiscuit. All right, Jonathan is not ready to give up. He wants at 10 p.m. in the evening to go to the medical section of the library. Really, Jonathan? Really? Okay, let's go to the library. Where's our reference guide? We are going to get yelled at again. All right, reference guide. So, New York Public Library, what are we looking for? Science and medical, science and technology, or medicine? Is there a medicine section? Where do you think medicine would be? It seems like I should add it to this. Let me make a note. I mean, surely one of these should say explicitly medicine. I think this is telling us that that this is not right. That this is not going to be useful to us. But I suppose we could look up. Feels like I need to add medicine. Where would I add it? Science, technology, and medicine. How about that? If I was going to add it, would it be better to add it to psychology and health, self-help, or science and technology? Probably science and technology. Add to science and technology. Okay, well, because I'm going to add it there, we'll just peek in at it. 47981. I don't think there's going to be an entry here, or if it is, it's not related to us. 47981. No entry. I guess it could be in general reference. 57011. 57011, no. Or general reference. Okay, so I think we are done for the evening.
I think we're done. I'm not going to waste our last... I'm not going to take an extra punishment when we have all day tomorrow to work on it. So I think that's it. I don't think there's an end of day entry that we read. I think we just wrap up day 4 of the game. Yeah, that's it. Start at 9, end at 10. We took some demerits because we went into overtime. This was day 4. So the next session, we finished all of day 4 tonight in 4.5 hours. Shouldn't we get some culture points for hearing about Seabiscuit? I agree with that. We're at 10. Yeah, because that's what Anna said. The day ends at 8, and we could go to 10. We did 3 leads, so technically we could do 1 more lead. But we would take a demerit for it, and I just don't see why we would take that demerit. Surely we're going to have time tomorrow to follow up on some of this other stuff. I don't have to squeeze out every penalty point. Like, we go to sleep. Why are we... Let's not overextend ourselves with demerits. I don't want to... Like, look at these demerits we've accumulated. We're going to... This is our score for all of time. In 40 years, people are going to be playing this case. And they're going to be trying to beat our score. Don't we want to lay down a marker and try to get a good score for the ages? I complained we weren't thorough enough. Jonathan says I'm going to complain and say, why didn't you guys talk me into it? Well, look, we looked at 3 of 4. I think it's healthy to try to squeeze out that extra 2 points to beat the players in the year 2050. But can we convince Anna to give us 2 culture for learning about Seabiscuit? Anna, what do you think? 2 culture for learning about Seabiscuit? Can you errata that in? At least 1 culture. No culture. What the F? Why don't we not get culture for learning about Seabiscuit? That's real history, Seabiscuit. All right, you heard it from Anna. No culture. I don't know why. Feels like we should get Seabiscuit. In fact, here's a little idea for Anna. How about we go to the jockey club and he plays us like a race, the end of a race with Man-O-War. I've never heard of Man-O-War or Hardtack, but I certainly have heard Seabiscuit. There were movies about Seabiscuit. Movies have been made about Seabiscuit. All right. Well, we're done for tonight. 4.5 hours. Now, while I've got you here, let's decide how we're going to do the next day. Anna says, plus 1 more culture if you do 1 more lead. All right, I'll take it. So Anna's giving us a culture for Seabiscuit. And now she's demanding we do 1 more lead. I'm not sure what that's about. All right, what 1 more lead does the channel want to go to? Here are your choices. You've got the drug dealer. You've got Edwin Day at his home. We could try to find Diamond Pawn Shop. We can do the drug dealer. We could try to find Arthur Neville Baxter at the Diamond. Whatever that means. My next best guess would be Pawn Shop. Or we could actually look up Diamond and see if there's anything that starts with the name Diamond. Is it a person? Could it be a person? He's in Gramercy Park, right? Is there any... the Diamond Palace is in Gramercy Park. Is that where he's gone? To the Diamond Palace? Jonathan says, let's go to the Diamond Palace. Has he gone to the Diamond Palace? What is the Diamond Palace? That sounds like it might be a little gentleman's club type thing. Okay. Is he at the Diamond Palace? It is in Gramercy Park. The Diamond Palace is on 1163 Broadway. 1-1259. And he said that from GP 52. Diamond Palace is at GP 16. But I guess any place is walkable. All right, so if we're right, 11259. There is an entry for 11259. So this is going to be our final overtime demerit. It's now 10 o'clock, and we are going to read. We're going to walk into the Diamond Palace. Let's see what we see. Lucas is a little shy around women. So I don't know how he's going to feel about this. The Diamond Palace is marked as not a night lead by Anna. If you had F3, were we already at the Diamond Palace? I feel like we went here. 6:32:72. Let me just write this down here. One, 1-2-5-9, which takes us to 6:32:72. 6:32:72. You find the actor in a booth with a blonde dancer. He's lying in her lap crying. The girl tries to comfort him. Just let it out, honey. That's it. You're doing great. Why? Why did she do it? Sobs Baxter. I thought she was just pulling a stunt when she disappeared. I even thought it was ridiculous when Ed called that stupid gumshoe. You clear your throat loudly. Mr. Baxter? He sits up suddenly, wiping his face frantically with the hem of his shirt. Detective? What are you doing here? He's obviously stunned to see you. I'm looking for you, Mr. Baxter. Can we talk for a minute? The girl stands up and saunters out of the booth. I'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? You just nod to her. So I see Miss Price's death shook you pretty badly, Mr. Baxter. I'm guessing you wouldn't be so out of sorts just for a, how'd you put it, capricious colleague of yours, would you? What? Was it only a one-night stand, or did you have a proper affair, Mr. Baxter? I don't know what you mean. He looks at his shoes. No? And I'll just sit down here a bit until your memory returns, Mr. Baxter. I'm in no hurry. Maybe I'll even order a drink for myself. He looks up angrily. All right, all right. There's no need for that. Georgia and I were lovers. There. Are you happy now? Not particularly, no. When did your affair start? In October. not long after I met her. You let out a low whistle. She didn't waste much time, did she? I guess she did have a thing for Englishmen, or didn't you say your mother was English? He starts up and tries to grab you. Now look here, you. But he doesn't finish because you shove his head down onto the booth's low table. Now, Mr. Baxter, behave. Gumshoes don't like to be grabbed, you know. Not even stupid ones. Sorry, he squeaks, so you let him go. You heard that, huh? Sorry. He looks at you sheepily. So you want to know about my affair with Georgia? Okay, then. So it started in early October. We met almost every week, mostly on Wednesdays when her husband was in his stupid club, or at least until the end of November when Georgia said we should stop. I didn't understand why. When we were together the week before, everything seemed fine. I became very jealous. I thought she found a new lover. Really? Who? The actor shrugs. I don't know. For a while I thought it was Trace, but I'm not sure anymore. This whole thing was just a game to her, I guess. I don't think she cared about me at all. The actor looks miserable. I see. Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Baxter. I'll tell the girl she can come back now. And you step out of the booth. Well, this is a pretty huge lead. F4, which is an alternate universe marker. Well, what do you make of this? What do you make of this? I think we're going to need to make a card for this one because this is very interesting. So at Diamond Palace. So at first I thought they were talking that Ed hired a different gumshoe, but they're talking about us because we're sort of hired off the books. But Arthur Baxter, had an affair with Georgia. And then for how long? We were lovers. When did it start? In October. We met almost every week on Wednesdays. And then November, which was several months ago, she said stop. And then he says, I thought she found a new lover. And then we say who, and he says, I thought it was Trace, but now I don't know. Could she have been actually sleeping with, you know who? Kellett said she was sleeping with everyone. Could she have been sleeping with Ada Bossy? Could Ada Bossy and Georgia Price be having a lesbian affair, and Ada Bossy is religious and just freaked out about it all at some point? Or Ada Bossy is jealous. I guess someone told us that Ada Bossy was having trouble getting men, didn't they? And it may turn out that Ada Bossy was just wanted the life of Georgia Price. I think that's more likely. because we were told by Kellett, I think it was Kellett, one of them tells us how Ada Bossy can't get men. Yeah, I think it was Kellett. So maybe we reread Kellett about Bossy when we get a chance. But I don't think it's likely that Georgia and Ada were having an affair, but I think it's much more likely that Ada Bossy is just totally obsessed with becoming Georgia Price, getting her career, and she wants her men, and she's jealous, and she sees her opportunity. Poisoning is a woman's method of killing, they say. Well, quite a session and quite an ending on that scene. Quite a cool scene. That guy is drowning his sorrows in some liquor and the comfort of a dance girl or a girl for hire. Day 4 in the books. Okay, now back to what I was saying. Are we all liking the idea of continuing tomorrow evening at 10 p.m., aka this evening at 10 p.m.? Jonathan says, I wouldn't mind taking off Wednesday if Anna could meet up Thursday or Friday. Okay, Anna, what do you say? Can we have our final day on Thursday and take off Wednesday? That's not a bad idea. If Anna can make Thursday or Friday, then that's what we'll do. Now we just have to wait for Anna, but we don't have to figure it out right now, right here. But if Anna's here, she can answer. Thursday and Friday. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to take off tomorrow, take a break to let this all sink in. We won't meet up Wednesday, but we will meet up Thursday at 10 p.m. and we will have day 5. And depending on how long day 5 goes, we could end up doing Thursday and Friday. If you've been joining me for these playthroughs, you have some time to catch up, and please do make some notes so you can share them so we can talk about this case when we finish it. Favorite parts that we thought were interesting, unusual, creative, and constructive criticism. I'll see you all on Thursday.